What is going on? I'm guessing it's going to be a quiet one tonight, guys. Stranded, always a pleasure to see you. You're amazing. I'm thinking that this is going to be one of the more quiet ones. You got power outages everywhere. I mean, the big story right now is the storm that is apparently ravaging all parts of the country. There's people without power. Let's hope everybody's okay. Hope everybody's all right. How did you fare, Stranded? Good, bad, indifferent? Um, I clipped out the review last week of He Man, put it up, and actually, I maybe the guy subbed, but his name was Travis, and he had some commentary on it, and I actually enjoyed his commentary. So hopefully, he hops in the chat or whatever if he like isn't whaled down by the storm. But definitely he had some cool insight, and he threw in there like it should be big buff men, and you know what I mean. It should be barbarians. Really, he's not wrong. Like you go one of two ways with that movie, where it's either got to be a goofy comedy, like embracing that goofiness, or you go with the sword and sandal, like this is some hardcore shit here. And if you try to do both, it's a hybrid. It's kind of like the 2002 cartoon, in my opinion, where I really enjoy that cartoon, but at the same point in time, it's not exactly for kids and it's not exactly for adults, and it didn't work because of that. Oof. Yeah, it's just rain down here. What's going on, Bubs? How are you, Bubs? Thank you guys for all hopping in, smashing the like button. It says I've got 6 people watching, and shout out to you guys. Glad to see you guys are kind of weathering the storm. I don't know how bad it is in different parts of the country. Like I said, the only thing I've seen is like power out. You're getting pretty decent snowfall in parts. It just started raining here. But that said, let me see. What are we looking at? I'll look right now and tell you guys what it is here. It's 49 degrees here, so I don't look like I'm going to ice over. Everybody stayed indoors. I even stayed indoors. Everybody, make sure you show me that love. Smashy, see like buttons, all that fun stuff. I pulled 2 trailers. One we'll go over very briefly because the trailer itself is like 20, 30 seconds. Um, One thing I did notice about reviewing the trailers from last week, I got nailed with so much copyright. It's not even funny, but they didn't do copyright strikes. They just did like, "Hey, look, this is copyrighted. This is copyrighted. This other thing's copyrighted." I was laughing. I mean, it must have been a list of like 10 things. So, 10 inches of snow. You're getting snow through the night. Wow. Yeah, and Bubs says it's just sleet there, so that's New Jersey. That's not terrible if it's just some sleet. Everybody knows it's the ice, though. That's the scary part of this. You can drive on snow. You can 4 wheel on snow. You can drive a car on snow, especially if it's a little wet, crunches down. It turns into ice underneath, or it becomes ice. You're done. You're in a virtual skating rink at that point. Let's see where Sinestro is. So I started last week. Started working on this, but then I was using the internet, like images off the internet, so I could get a better feel for his suit and different things I could do with it. Instead, this time I actually went and pulled some of my comics. I actually do love this cover. That's the tragedy of all this, Jordan. We will always be friends. But I got a good one of Sinestro number 5. Actually had an excellent one of Parallax. And I don't know if I want to go with this orange undertone. I think I'm going to experiment a little bit. Thinking about doing, see how you have this white edge? Well, actually, it's hard to see on camera, but there's a white outline edge that the yellow's fading into. I'm thinking about going more of that route. Give it a hard light construction. I always love that cover because this was from Monsters of the Month, and it was a variant cover, and they did them as a darkness from the movie. Oh, come on, guys, Legend. Yeah, from Legend, Darkness or what have you. I always thought that was a badass cover. And then I always get a kick out of that where he's, I guess he's intimidating Batman in this book. But here's another one of Parallax, actually. Give you a little bit of an idea what we're angling at for the painting. Like I said, you got that reddish orange in there, and in print, I guess that kind of works. But in 3D, I'm 50-50 on it. I'm real 50-50 on it. I'm thinking about doing white and yellow and brightening them up. I know he looks green on screen, but no, it's actually a pure yellow. I tried messing with the camera to clean the color up. The only thing is because of the stuff I'm using for green screen underneath, it's pulling the color weird. Bubba ain't going nowhere. Bubba's like, I'm staying right here in this house. I'm making people deliver food and just gonna live a good life. But yeah, the two trailers I'll go over tonight. Actually, one I don't even know how I didn't put it on the radar last week, and discussing it with the wife really brought it back to mind. But I'm going to be doing Supergirl dropped a new trailer, and it's got Lobo in it, so we'll be showing that off a little bit. And then the other movie trailer, The Bride, with Christian Bale. It's I guess I don't know if it's written and directed, but it's definitely directed by Maggie Gyllenhaal, and has Christian Bale in there. It well, we'll go over it. We'll touch on it. I'll give you my 2 cents on that. Yeah, it could just be my old ass screen. Yeah, I agree. I'll go over it. The other thing, and I got it in the title, time travel movies. I was thinking about this, and I went and over the past couple days, I rewatched Back to the Future. Watched another movie, Looper. Started watching some time travel movies. I mean, of course, you've got modern day like Avengers, like Endgame and Infinity War. But discuss some of the stuff that's interesting with time travel movies and people's thoughts on it. You know, deviating timelines, that kind of thing. But let's try and keep it light, keep it fun. Too much bullshit in this world, and just enjoy yourself. We'll get into the painting. I was also thinking about this because Sinestro's uniform is yellow. I mean, granted, these little side stripes are going to be silver, but Sinestro's uniform is actually yellow and black. And the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking about how I want to do it. I'm thinking, and I was originally going to go with a flat out gold. So I took a little gold earlier and just popped it onto the base like this. I don't even know if you guys can see that. It's going to look greener as it gets closer to the screen. But I popped a little bit of gold because I was going to do this into a gold band. I'm thinking of doing a hybridized blend of the gold and the yellow and using that for Sinestro's uniform. I might try like a spot or two, see how it looks. If it looks like crap, then, you know, is what it is, and I can always just paint over it. Like I did the same thing with the test outs with all these wings last time, where I went into the little veins or whatever, just to, if I can actually get the damn camera to focus, to see what kind of color combination I wanted to get in the undertones and the shift in it and everything else. It's hard to see. Let's see if I bump down my lighting a little bit. Can't even see it really. I kind of see it there, but right in here, like I did one of the veins. And if I'm being honest, I don't know if I like it. Crime 101. I'll have to take a look. I don't think I've seen that trailer. I saw the Lobo trailer the moment it dropped. I was like, oh, Supergirl trailer, Lobo, right? And yeah, I've got thoughts on it. I really do. What is it, the one brush that I'm using too seems to drop these little tiny hairs onto the paint. But yeah, I got feelings on it. I think Jason Momoa looks terrific as Lobo though. But I'll give you guys, should I start painting? Wait a little bit and get into the trailers. You guys want me getting into the trailers now? Get them banged out. Then we can go on discussing the fun stuff. Start discussing, like, time travel movies, see what everybody's favorite is, all that kind of crap. Discuss rules for time travel. Here we do a little woo woo. Bang them trailers, huh? Do I look like freaking Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys? Oh, I'm just kidding. Yeah. What's going on, Melissa? It's great to see you. Yeah. By the way, guys, Melissa's work on her minis, her works in progress, and some of the ones she's hammering out, fantastic artwork. Just, just awesome. I'm impressed. I wish, in a lot of ways, that my hands actually worked and didn't, do my GAM shake from my neck damage. But yeah, yeah, you're killing it. Like that mimic was badass. Um, Also the intellect devour. What else did I see in there? I saw a beholder too, which I don't think you. I think he had it as a work in progress. The eyeball wasn't painted in and all that stuff, but that was coming out pretty badass too. Where the kitties at? My kitties love nums. All right, yeah, I guess we can get we let's break down some trailers. Let me get the headset on. We'll start off the Supergirl Lobo trailer and a bunch of mimics. Yeah, yeah, you did an awesome job. I did a mimic a while ago. It was a teddy bear mimic, and I gave it to my daughter-in-law for Christmas. That one came out pretty badass. Like the tongue and everything else it was a pretty good. I That was one I was actually very happy with when it was finished. Sometimes I get done these and I'm not happy with the way it came out. That was one I was like the tongue looked like it was its own thing. All right, let's take a look. All right. I should already have it queued up too. Let's see. All right. Yeah, let's start off with Lobo. Lobo. And a lot of this is just going to be same old, same old.
Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well for you guys.
What was it like to lose everything in a day?
All right, so we've already seen all this crap in the other trailer. You know, I was thinking about this more, the differences between Supergirl and Superman, right? And we can get into Kara Zor-El and how she is a completely different character from Kal-El / Clark Kent. And why she is actually like in ways more badass than Superman because she's more Kryptonian. Like she kind of sees humans as an annoyance in a way. So this kind of makes sense. All right. So yeah, this is the little girl they're rescuing. And this actually puts into context, in my opinion, the whole like being surrounded by the gang and her being like, this isn't going to work out well for you. Right. And we'll discuss what it kind of means to the story, but let's go.
Kurton didn't die in a day. Gods are not that kind.
All right. So we get our first look at the bike and first look at Jason Momoa. And I got to say they nailed it. The only complaint I kind of have is, and it's only because you only see the bike for a split second, but the front end of this bike right here, right by the DC logo, this thing should have like a skull shape to it. Good to see you, Eugene. Glad you made it in, brother. Make sure you guys all smash the like to help a white boy out.
Oh, he's such a...
Damn it. I hate that. I'm like double clicking. So I'm clicking a little too fast. Let's see if we can't get... There we go. The face on Jason Momoa. They nailed it. I mean, Jason Momoa was born to play Lobo, and like they killed it here. He's even got like you can kind of see the outline of him, and I'm kind of in a way I'm glad they didn't go completely ridiculous comic book accurate, but the spikes on the arms, right? Like you can see right where my mouse is. There's spikes. They could have gone over the top. Here's another one over here. They could have gone over the top with these and made them big. Almost like Kiss Demon big, you know, and didn't. But to say he's the only choice to play Lobo, in my opinion. Like you if you're going to do Lobo, this is Lobo done perfect. This is Lobo. Can I exit out of full screen again so it gets smaller? But yeah, I think they nailed it. They killed it. The skin tone, everything. It looks perfect. The hair. And then you saw the hook, and it does look like they did put the skull on the front of his bike. So that it's necessary. The only other way this could get any cooler as far as Lobo goes is if they had his bulldog riding on the back with him. For those that don't know, he's got a bulldog. But it would be interesting to see the Bulldog and Crypto interact, even though they're both would just be both CG, right? But that could be interesting. All right. So that was it. Yeah, a fast trailer. And I have this weird feeling. I also have this bad feeling that we are going to see Lobo maybe for 10 minutes in the movie. And that would be excessive, right? I think what's going to end up happening is we'll have some kind of like them meeting up real quick in a bar or something, like being hammered, like Supergirl will be hammered, Lobo will come in, she'll talk to him for like a minute, and it'll just be like a passing cameo kind of thing. And he would be like, hey, if you need help, let me know or whatever, Kryptonian, you're my kind of girl or something like this. Call the main man. And then we're going to get to that scene. Like, I'm guessing they're going to capture the little girl. Then she's going to walk in with all those guns around her, all that stuff. And that's when Lobo's going to show the hell up and just start wrecking shop. He's going to wreck shop. Like we've already seen that one part where he comes walking in with the cigar in his mouth. So I think it's going to be like she calls him. She's like, I'm going to need backup to get the little girl back or whatever. Lobo shows up, and then you cut to that scene. He comes in, whoops a whole bunch of heads with her. Like they just start taking everybody out, rescue the little girl. Be a very James Gunn thing to do, in my opinion. And then he'll be like, all right, babe, I'll catch you later. The main man's got other business somewhere else. And he'll just take off. And that'll be it for Lobo for the movie. So I think we're going to get like 10 minutes of Lobo. And I think he's going to be the part of the movie where they haven't announced it. But don't be shocked if we get a Lobo movie out of this, like a Lobo solo movie. Which, if done right, they could do solo Lobo where I think the Mandalorian, but not with the stupid baby Yoda, right? Like they could do it where it's a bounty hunter's tale. And like he's just going and hunting down bounties or what have you. And then you could do stuff like he comes across like one of the Green Lanterns, comes across Supergirl or whatever. You got different, maybe even Martian Manhunter. You have them coming across different things, and then I wouldn't put him up against like Darkseid or something like this, but you could do Lobo in his own little interesting side quest of going and hunting down bounties. Make it very tongue in cheek, make it very Deadpool, like Deadpool-esque, I'd say, where he's just over the top and like just cutting jokes the whole time and being a dick. But I think Jason Momoa is born to play Lobo, and I think it doesn't get any more perfect than that. And Jason Momoa, to his credit, even though it's just the one scene and you see him smiling and laughing and all that, he looks like he's chewing the scenery and having a blast with the role too. So when you get somebody who loves the character, embraces it, that's kind of what it should all be about. Right? You don't want somebody who's going to play the superhero just to play the superhero. You want somebody who's going to invest time in it and read up on lore and actually enjoy the character they're going to play. We did He-Man last time, and like I said, I'm sure I want to know from the cast's perspective. Like, oh my God, I love He-Man. Oh my God, I've always loved Teela. I wanted to be Teela when I was a little girl. Because it comes across on the screen, right? Like I said, I hope He-Man's going to be a good movie. I don't think it's going to be, but I could be wrong. But it's also like, do you actually have a love for this character? And if you do have a love for the character, then it's going to come across on that screen. One Piece season 1 did a wonderful job with this. With the girl they cast as Nami, I was like, I don't know about her as Nami. But the way she plays her on screen, it's like, oh, this girl loves the character. It completely shows. You have to build up to that, Eugene. So you know, what Eugene just asked was why you're not doing a Legion of Superheroes and Supergirl story. It's a great story, right? That's also, you get Brainiac 5, all that stuff. My only issue is you got to build to that. Like, you can't just, if you throw that out as the first outing, Supergirl goes into the future. That's it. That's the way it ends. And then you're kind of taking the character off the board, where this one's going to be more of, in my opinion, from what it looks like, a redemption arc. It's exactly what it looks like to me, is a redemption arc for Supergirl, where now that we're seeing like the whole planet blow up and that shield around it, I'm guessing that is going to be Krypton. That is going to be Kandor and all that. It's just going to be interesting to see if they incorporate Brainiac into that scene and capturing the city, or if they're going to save that for Superman 2, like the next James Gunn Superman movie. The first trailer has Bubs. It's not the first trailer with Lobo. It's the first trailer where you actually see Lobo, like on his bike, his actual face and everything else. They had him starting to walk out of the shadows smoking a cigar, and then it cuts. It's like a split second you get to see him for. You just see his outline basically in the cigar, the light from the cigar ash. So yeah, I do think Supergirl, it'll be all right. I think it'll just be okay. Like, I don't see it being like, oh my God, you can't miss this movie. I think it'll be a decent movie. It'll be about, loss and somebody going through depression and drinking themselves to the point of retardation because they've lost something they love and losing their home and their family and everything. Like I said, Kara Zor-El and Kal-El, two very different characters, right? Superman was a baby. He doesn't even remember Krypton. He was raised on Earth. He wants to be more human, right? Kara Zor-El is the exact opposite. She is full on Kryptonian. Not so where Superman will try and stop people from like fighting, like, look, we don't need to fight. You can turn around and be a good, better person and all this kind of crap, right? Which is a human quality. Kara Zor-El's like, oh, you want to screw around? Get your hands up. And she'll just beat your ass. Like, she's so rage induced that she literally gets a Red Lantern ring, which is the emotional spectrum of rage, on her finger later on, like in the comics or what have you. Like, she's literally that pissed off at all times, and she doesn't mind just solving everything with her hands. She'll go to her hands before she goes to logical talk or diplomacy or any of that. She'll just try and beat your ass. Let me see. It just said comes out June 26th, 2026. And yeah, well, the whole thing is with, yeah, you have to build it like Marvel did over time. The only problem is with Warner Brothers being sold off. It's looking like it's Netflix. With it going to Netflix, who knows if they're going to kill everything and just restart it over again. I had definitely seen a rumor that, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say this, that the Batman got handed, or, Batman, the movie series got handed to one of the worst people to do. Like, can't remember what flop it was, but it was one of the comic book flops that was like, just, oh my God, this is terrible. And they're pretty much handing them Batman. And I'm like, why? You already have the blueprint for the perfect Batman, which is the Nolan trilogy, in my opinion. So if somebody's going to work in that framework, I can see where you want to go with that. We won't even go revisit my thoughts on the Batman with Robert Pattinson as Batman, because I might get myself thrown off YouTube. But, you got to be a certain person, like a certain type of person who wants to world build, all this other kind of stuff. And the big problem I'm seeing when it comes to DC they don't like they don't lay out a full plan. Like this is where we're going with the story. And then, okay, how does this fit in there? How does that fit in there? Okay, we can work it in this way. We can work it in. That's kind of what Kevin Feige did with Marvel in the beginning, right up until that he derailed his own creation, basically, with Endgame and all that. Endgame really was the endgame for Marvel at this point. There might be one or two good movies in there, decent, serviceable movies, but not like they were. Like, and yeah, you had some stinkers in the original run, like Thor: The Dark World. Anybody? Dear Lord, was that movie crap, right? But at the same point in time, you had some real bangers, and the modern Marvel movies just they're not good. A lot of them are just not good, or they're barely serviceable, or they're just catching little elements of what made it great to begin with. Hello, my name is Bruce Wayne. Other my friends call me Kiaba Labaka Mohammed. I kill you, Joker. I bomb you. No, wait, Batman does not kill. I do not kill, but you can have a ticket for a Slurpee. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with Batman. I don't even know who should play Batman. I don't even have an opinion on it at this point because all I picture is Christian Bale, which actually brings me to our next trailer. Our next trailer is The Bride, and this one kind of came out of nowhere. And hopefully Warner Brothers doesn't, rip me too hard on my copyright stuff. Let's check out this trailer. Let's see what I want to hear what you guys think too.
Can anybody help me? Please. I didn't want this. I didn't want any of this. Please.
All right, so we got to see her. She fell asleep and fell down some stairs. She was tired. She just wanted to take a nap. She might have been narcoleptic and fell down some stairs. This is looks like it's set in like the 30s, maybe 40s. And it is The Bride of Frankenstein, right? And Christian Bale is playing Frankenstein's monster. Well, the monster. Eugene, it's not hard to do it all justice. And if if you think I'm wrong, go look at Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, Justice League Unlimited, Young Justice. Go look at the cartoons. They can do it justice. All you got to do is take the blueprint you already have and just put it right on the big screen. But they don't even think like that. It's like just make live action of what you've already made. Like you have some iconic, amazing things already in the can that appeal to kids and adults alike. But yeah, so like I said, this is directed by Maggie Gyllenhaal. And we're in the 30s going with Frankenstein's monster. And the blonde chick is going to be the bride.
Help. Help. What happened?
You had an accident.
An accident, huh?
Now, it looks like they're going to make Dr. Frankenstein a woman, maybe? Or are they going to make Frankenstein's monster where he reanimated her? Which is an interesting twist. Like if Frankenstein's making other Frankensteins, right? Well, I keep calling him Frankenstein, but the monster. Actually, I think in the book, wasn't the monster's name Adam? I can't remember. Yeah, even Batman Beyond Return of the Joker was good. Yeah, Batman Beyond the series was good too. That was dark and gritty, and people got killed all the time in it.
We dug you up, and we brought you back to life.
Get on stage, and I call her by her first name.
What do you want with a dead girl?
I'm the same, born from the dead. I am a monster.
So watching Christian Bale as Frankenstein just wrecking people is going to be amazing. Going like full gangster mode, just like crushing people's heads like, like Gallagher with a hammer and a watermelon. Yeah, with the sledge-o-matic. It's going to be amazing.
So am I.
Now,
The world is a black hole.
the vibe I get from this, right? Like these whole scenes where they're out in like cornfields and cops chasing them, riding around the old timey cars and all that kind of stuff. It reminds me of like Bonnie and Clyde, right? But the dynamic between Christian Bale and the bride, I'll get to it at the end of what it really reminds me of. And my wife is actually the one who kind of pointed this out. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That's exactly, you nailed it. But we'll get there.
Are going to see life is here and it's coming to you from the monsters.
Yes! Yes!
Everybody dance! Everybody sing!
Is it just me? Now, I don't know. I don't think it's Lady Gaga, right? But doesn't the girl who's playing the bride, doesn't she kind of look like Lady Gaga? I'm just saying. It's kind of interesting.
Please don't hurt me, please. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for? Did you do something wrong? Something you thought you might get away with?
Jake Gyllenhaal is in the movie. I'm guessing Jake Gyllenhaal's the one who threw her down the stairs. And she's come to get revenge. Either that or it's going to be like a high-level gangster.
Stop right there!
Stephen Dwarf, like, he definitely, I think he's kind of an underrated actor. But he, just the faces he's pulling in this, he looks like he's sympathetic to her. Like he knows what happened and like has been tracking the case or something and feels bad.
The dead have got something to say. And I'm saying it.
The bride of Frankenstein.
No, just the bride.
I'm actually feeling this one. I think this could be, that's pretty much the end of it, but I think this could be a good one, guys. And, the wife said it. The wife said it, and I 1000% agree with her. This looks like this should have been the sequel to The Joker. That Christian Bale's Frankenstein is basically the Joker. And you're looking at Harley Quinn is the bride, right? And looking at it in that context, it kind of works. I don't know what it is about it. Just the feel of the movie. I'm not looking forward to them if they do a whole musical number in there, but I don't know. There's something about this one. I kind of feel it. What's up, Beans? You home from the tuna factory? Hopefully everything's good where you're at and you didn't freeze to death. Make sure you guys smash that likes buttons. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Looking at the trailer overall, think this one's going to be a banger. Think it's going to be bad. Like I said, I think this could be that. This could be the Joker Harley Quinn story we should have gotten in the Joker 2. Like I think, and knowing that it's Christian Bale who played Batman, Maggie Gyllenhaal who played his love interest in The Dark Knight. I don't know. I think it's going to be one of those sleeper kind of hits. Like it's going to be good, but if you're doing it like a 30 gangsterish, Frankenstein then starts taking over the criminal empire underground with the bride by his side. She wants revenge because the gangsters took her out. I could see where you could, if you tell the story right, it could be really good. That's awesome. That's great, Beans. Great to hear it. Yeah, I'm guessing Jessie Buckley is the name of the chick who's playing. Because it's definitely not Annette Bening, and it's definitely not Penelope Cruz. But yeah, I got hopes for that one. Like I don't think it's going to kill it in the box office. If it kills it in the box office, I'd be surprised, but it definitely feels like one when it comes out on streaming, it's going to be like, "Oh my god, how did I not see this in the theater?" kind of deal. You know what I mean? We get that all the time. And yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Joker Harley, I get that feeling from it. Like it's the two of them together taking on the world. I'm also debating, should we do like a retro trailer, like an old trailer? Should we go for something old? I'm thinking that we can do we can do this one. I said we do this trailer. Well, we'll do the trailer after we're done with the ad. Here we go. Steven Spielberg presents Stranger Things Season 6. Oh, no, wait, it's The Goonies. My bad, guys. But who was it by? Steven Spielberg producing and Richard Donner directing. Think of all the stuff Richard Donner's done. Superman, Lethal Weapon, The Goonies. Richard Donner was a special kind of director. So let's see. We have, let's see what we got going on here. Okay, it's going to have hobbits in this movie. So right here we have a hobbit, and then he's talking to the person that is going to transition, and they are going to become Matilda the Hun and Glow.
You guys realize what we could do? I don't want to go in anymore.
Oh, they also stole Short Round from Indiana Jones here. So now we have some of the biggest franchises in the history of cinema, because now we got some Indiana Jones thrown in. Uh-oh. I just lost streaming on my tablet. I had to wait for it to come back. But we got Lord of the Rings and Stranger Things. And then of course we have Indiana Jones. And then Glow, Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. There's Matilda the Hun.
For your crazy Goonie adventure.
Meet Mikey,
I gotta go fast.
Brand,
And of course we have Thanos. Right? You can't forget Thanos. We need to find One-Eyed Willie's treasure. In it is the last of the Infinity Stones. It's the only way that we can change the fate of reality.
Andy,
And look at this. Back when a guy was allowed to kiss a girl. Oh no, wait, they don't kiss here. Sorry, it's a fake out.
Shame, shame.
Oh, and I saw him.
Slipper the tongue.
Look, it's Corey Feldman, everybody. Why isn't Corey Haim in this movie too? Why didn't they cast Corey Haim? They only cast Corey Feldman. But of course, you know, he's going to go on after they're done this Goonie adventure, and he's going to go hunt vampires in Santa Clara. What's up, bro?
That's disgusting. No, I can't even look.
Mouth,
Gotcha. Now get out from behind there. You're ruining the painting. You're ruining my job.
Stephanie,
Who says there weren't lesbians in cinema before it was in vogue to do?
Data,
Boy Bango! Ow! Guys, isn't that neat?
and Chunk.
Now, they have listed off, if we're looking at this old school trailer, right? They have listed off every character in this movie, showing you a little scene with them so you get a clear image of their personality going into it, so you know what to expect when you get in there.
Flopped.
They call themselves the Goonies. They've stumbled onto a legend, but they're not alone.
They're not alone. This is the part where the Wolfman, Dracula, and Frankenstein come down the stairs and kidnap these kids, and they put them into a witch's cauldron. That's what happens in the movie. This is my guess.
Chunk, I hope that was your stomach.
And I hope your girlfriend likes your haircut.
No. That's the it. Sounds like Kong.
Discover what they uncover.
Rubies and emeralds and diamonds.
The lost map.
Well, if it's a lost map, how come they have it? It's clearly not lost anymore, is it?
The secret caves.
So basically, we are seeing almost the entirety of the movie, right?
The hidden clues. The treacherous traps.
You know, I never realized how much of the trailer for the Goonies actually spoils a good chunk of the action in the movie.
Hello, Sheriff. I'm at the Lighthouse Lounge, and I want to report a murder.
Just like that last prank about all those little creatures that multiply when you throw water on them.
I love that part. Gremlins. When he references Gremlins.
Theo. Join the adventure as Steven Spielberg presents The Goonies.
The Goonies. Live in a water park near you.
A Richard Donner film.
I never realized Christopher or Chris Columbus wrote the screenplay for it either. That's crazy. What's even crazier is executive producers who produced it. Steven Spielberg, which we all know, love, and all that kind of stuff. Responsible for stuff like E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Jaws, like you name it. Then you got Frank Marshall, who did a lot of TV, a ton of TV back in the day. Laverne and Shirley, Happy Day, all that kind of stuff, right? Notice the last name on the executive producers list. Kathleen Kennedy. The woman who single-handedly destroyed Star Wars. What the hell? How is it that you're on this? She's also on, I want to say it's Raiders of the Lost Ark. She was one of the execs for that too. How is it that she did all this great stuff and destroyed Star Wars? That's the one character they didn't wreck in the trailer. They never show Sloth, and they never show the Fratellis either. They never show any of the bad guys. They just showed like a bunch of kids on an adventure. They introduce you to each character in that trailer, everything else. And you know what I mean? It looks like fun. So as a little kid seeing that, you want to go see it in the movie theater with your parents. Bro, they don't need to do a remake. No. You leave shit alone. If you were going to do the Goonies, you would have to I want you to think, stop remaking shit, especially classics. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Like that joke I was making about the one girl's, his first lesbian on camera or whatever, before it was in vogue. They will make her a lesbian. Not just that, they're going to take all the boys and it's going to be all boys or all girls and 2 boys. And the boys are going to be like just idiots through the whole thing. This is the problem, is that stop remaking shit. Just please stop remaking stuff. Come up with your own original stuff. I give people credit, even if the movie's not good, right? If it's original. Like, okay, that's like, what was the one that just came out? It wasn't a good movie. If you look at it on its face, it was not a good movie. It was called Primate, right? It was basically a serial killer movie with a pet chimpanzee that gets rabies and starts killing everybody, killing like the family off or whatever. The teenagers in the family and all this, because they're throwing a party and he comes and wrecks them. It wasn't a great movie, but I still give it credit because it was a dumb, fun movie. And it was at least, hey, it wasn't, this man's been dead for 500 years. He's the spirit of vengeance. He's come back from a lake and he's going to kill you with a machete. Ma, 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 right? It was like its own thing. And it's like, well, at least you're trying. You're still using that serial killer, or supernatural serial killer kind of feel to it. But you did your own damn thing with it. At least I'm going to give you points for originality. Bubba's like the Gooners. Yeah. All they do is sit around there looking through girly magazines and OnlyFans and all that. The Gooners coming soon. It shows each one of the cast like walking out of rehab. That's how the movie starts for Goonies 2. Is like you see everybody like what's his name? Mikey comes out and he's like coming out of Overeaters Anonymous. You got Mouth and Brand, they're coming out of rehab. Yeah, how much stuff is well, technically everything can be boiled down to the hero's journey for the most part when it comes to action and adventure stuff for the most part. Star Wars, like your big ones, right? But it's also like that's like saying, "Hey, I wrote a song and it's an original song and all this." And then somebody listens to it and just goes, "Oh, well, every piece of music's ever been written before." Because it's all based off classic music and it's going in this framework. Doesn't work. You put originality and spin on it. It's like when I was talking about if I were to do a horror movie, right? Like how they rebooted Halloween, for example. I would have done it where it was they put a tracker on him and then people are out there and filming him as he's killing people and like chasing Michael Myers around and like in his face and putting it all over social media. And there's like YouTubers out there and all this other stuff. And it's like, and he's trying to get away from them because they're just in his face the entire time. Like, oh my God, look, he's killing somebody. Oh, he's ripping that woman's arm. Oh, look at this. Yeah, I got some blood on me. Oh my God. And like, the hearts are going up on the side of the screen. Like you're seeing it through the streams and all this and making it where like society's the actual monster now. Come up with something original. People don't do original anymore. People do cookie cutter stuff, chat GPT stuff where it's come up with your own concept, your own take on things. But they don't. Like not everybody has to be Batman, Superman in the superhero genre for DC. Not everything has to be dive into stuff like give me a Justice League Dark in DC. James Gunn smashed it out of the park. And I guarantee you, like, if I said to you before the movie Guardians of the Galaxy came out, who's in Guardians of the Galaxy, as far as the comic book goes, you would have had a handful of actual diehard nerds that have been like, oh, that's like Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and stuff like this. Up until like James Gunn pulled this obscure team out, it's like Creature Commandos now in DC. He did a cartoon for that. And I'm going to say 95% of people don't even know who the hell Creature Commandos are. Or like Frankenstein, right? Agent of Sword. Like people don't know. Yep. And you know what? I agree with you 1,000%, Eugene. Writing and directing are skills that most people don't have. That's correct. I agree. I agree with you. But that's just it. That's why you like the people that do have those skills. That's where Steven Spielberg, for example, how many blockbusters he must have gone through dozens and dozens and dozens of scripts to get to the blockbusters he wanted. Right? Ooh, what the hell happened there? That was weird. Yeah, thanks guys for watching, listening, and smashing the like button, having an interactive discussion about it. It's just like I said, you're doing a Bride of Frankenstein movie. Okay, that's been done like a dozen times now, right? You even had one in the 80s with what was her name? Jessica Biel. I think is Jessica Biel, the chick from Flashdance, and Sting was Dr. Frankenstein and all this kind of crap. And but they always do the same shit. It's always the same shit. And then this new Bride movie, that's what makes it interesting. Is like, what if we did Frankenstein but moved it to the 30s and made him like a gangster and did this with it? And that's a better concept. And if it's not a great concept, at least it's a shot at a great concept. Every movie will be written. I think all the effects in the movies, for the most part, are going to be done in AI. And then you know what's going to topple that? Is going to be the movies being done in practical effects. People are going to do a movie with practical effects, and when it comes to the horror genre in particular, and lose their minds. They're going to be like, "Oh my God, it looks so much better. I don't know why." Because your brain's still even with the AI, like, I don't think it matters how perfect the AI gets. Our brains can tell the difference between bullshit and reality. And if you got a practical effect, that's the scariest werewolf transformation. I'll argue to death on this one. The greatest werewolf transformation in the history of cinema is still American Werewolf in London. Not a bit of CG in there, all practical effects. Looks painful, looks amazing. It's still just the best transition to a werewolf that I've ever seen. See, bub, that's just it. You don't follow comics at all, right? And that's great because if you present it in a movie and actually capture the essence of a comic, you can see what the comic nerd has been reading all this time and it gets translated up on that screen. It's a thing of beauty. Or if you, like I said, DC, their animation, like, even if you don't like the art style or whatever, the stories they tell in there, the character development and all that stuff is ripped right from comics or compressed down versions of their comics. And they nail it. And all they have to do really is break out a couple of those scripts, go, here's your new Batman, right? Like, I don't know. We'll just say Christian Bale's Batman again, right? And then go through Batman the Animated Series with Christian Bale in the role. You'll be back to your $1 billion box office. What's going on, Bob? Comics are expensive. When I started collecting them, it was like, damn, comics are like 75 cents a dollar. That's expensive as hell. Comics, like, and this is from, let me see, September of 2014. So 12-year-old comic, right? It was $3 for this comic. These are all $3, right? September, August of 2015. So a 10-year-old comic right here. And here's September of 2015. So 10-year-old comic, 11-year-old comic, and they were $3. They've got to be $5 by now per comic. Who the hell's going to buy them? I have not seen the Frankenstein movie done by Netflix, but I heard that they did it just like it was Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, like the actual book. A matter of fact, I've never even seen anything to really do with it. But yeah, I know the wife had told me it was definitely, she said, yeah, supposedly they're doing Mary Shelley's Frankenstein from the book. So that means they end up in the Arctic on the ship and all that stuff. Because that's just it. Like Dracula at its heart, what is it? It's a love story. Not really a monster. It's a monster movie too, yeah, but it was really always supposed to be a love story. Frankenstein's about a man playing God and what happens when you screw around with nature. Like, I still think the freakiest of vampires that I've seen is in the movie, not the remake, but the original Nosferatu. Max Schmeling or Schmeling, I can't remember what his name is, but he played Nosferatu in it. Still, to me, that was the freakiest I've ever seen a Frankenstein look. All right, I am going to screw around with this a little bit. I do want to get this base painted back again, though. The Mummy? You mean, I heard they're doing a Mummy 4 and The Rock's going to be in it or something? But The Mummy, like when they remade the Mummy movies with Brendan Fraser, as terrible as the CG is with the scorpion rock, the rock lobster, you know, in that movie, in the second one or whatever, the series itself was a very fun ride. Like, I thought that was a good reimagining of the Mummy. Like, it was a fun one. They did it in an adventure theme. They changed it up a little bit, but it worked. But yeah, that's just it. Some stuff you're not going to compress a years long comic book arc into a 2 hour movie. Well, you can, but you're missing so much stuff out of it, right? Unless you're going to do everything in like 2 parts or do it as mini series on Netflix or something, right? Where you got 8 hours to tell the story. But you can hit the bigger plot points. Like Sam Raimi did a lot of that stuff when it came to Spider-Man, when he did the Spider-Man movies. That's why they're so good. Like, the Spider-Man movies were fantastic because of that. So I've got kind of figure out how I did this, and I have an idea. I'm going to go in with my real dark ash yellow here and get underneath, get all this layering in. Then I'm going to hit it with the airbrush. I think I'm going to do it this way. So I get that that undercurrent in each of the flames. I'm going to hit it with the airbrush over top. So if I layer it lightly, it'll look good. Then I think I'm going to take the yellow and the white, hit it again, do it this way. I think I feel like I have a plan on what I'm going to do with this to get it to pop. I never read a book for the Mummy either. I will tell you guys, this is a little off topic because I do want to kind of get into time travel and see what you guys' thoughts are on paradoxes, stuff like this. Like, what's your favorite time travel movies, all this kind of bit. But before I get into that, I will mention this because I do have a lot of people in here that have watched ABL or still watch ABL. It came up in my feed, flipping through, and I was grinding a game, and it came up in my feed, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot, it's Saturday night, he's live. It's like 10:30, 10:45 or something. Let me see if he's doing the calls. And he was doing the calls. So I go in and I heard the first phone call last night on ABL. And a guy called in and was asking about Pam Bondi. ABL said, no, yeah, I think she's doing a good job and all this kind of stuff, but I don't really focus on her and what she's doing and everything else. And like the guy was like, I think she needs to be replaced immediately, and was arguing with him, right? Well, to an extent, he goes, yeah, I disagree with you or whatever. The guy said to ABL, and I almost pissed myself. Name one thing that she's done that's good. And ABL said, I don't follow her, so I can't tell you. I'm like, bro, your whole channel was based on politics and following politics and stuff going on like, how is it you can't tell us, but you don't think she should be replaced, but you can't tell us one good thing that she's done since she's been AG? I was like, yep, and I turned it right the hell off. I was like, this is why I stopped watching the show. I was like, nah. Like, you're not even... Yeah, have you gotten to a point now where you're not paying attention to anything, man? Get some rest, Stranded. Thanks for dropping in. And you said Back to the Future is your favorite time travel movie. It's definitely up there. I watched the trilogy the other day. I also watched Looper. But give them to me, guys. What do you guys think your best time travel movie is? You guys think like Back to the Future? You know, you do have Avengers Endgame or whatever, where they traveled back into the past, like all that other stuff. What do you guys think, though? What, in your opinions, what are the best time travel movies? Because I agree, Back to the Future is a fun one. But I was thinking about this. I'm like, I wonder what everybody's like coup de grace favorite time travel movie is. Buck Rogers in the 24th century. Yep, he traveled forward in time. That's that's a forward time travel movie. That's a good one. That's a pretty good call out. And you know, Bob's reasoning for why he loved Buck Rogers was because of Aaron Gray. And if you don't know who Aaron Gray is, look it up, guys. You'll understand after you see her. That's actually a decent one too. Star Trek First Contact. Where they have to go back and stop the Borg because they're wiping out the future. Timeline. Why don't I remember Timeline? Yeah, that's actually a good call out too, Eugene. But I mean, and this kind of where I'm going with it too is rules for time travel, right? You got to have some ground rules in universe, and I still think Emmett Brown breaking it down where you change the timeline, you alter things. Are you actually going back to the original timeline, or did you just alter your original timeline where it no longer exists? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's a great time travel movie too. Yeah, I mean, you can go comedy, we can go serious with it. Like I said, Looper's more serious, where you've got a hitman played by, well, actually, it's dual played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Bruce Willis. And like in the future, they send people to the past for the hitman to take them out, played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and they send Bruce Willis back, and it turns out that's Joseph Gordon-Levitt going into the past. How about 12 Monkeys? Everybody always forget. I always forget 12 Monkeys myself, so I don't blame anybody for forgetting it. But 12 Monkeys was a time travel. Bruce Willis goes back, but it turns out he's actually the reason why the virus started to begin with. Yeah, Star Trek for The Voyage Home. I'd still say First Contact is much better, but yeah, it does get unnecessarily crapped on. Groundhog Day isn't a time travel movie. Groundhog Day is a time loop movie. You're caught in a time loop. Terminator is a time travel movie because both the Terminator and Kyle Reese come back from the future. Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban. I don't know. I'd classify it. It has elements of time travel, but I don't know if I'd classify it as a time travel movie. The Time Machine by H.G. Wells, 100% a time travel movie. Avengers Endgame is, and again, this is like it's leading to my next thing. If you take an element from the past to the future and you destroy it like they did Thanos in Avengers Endgame, why do they even need to go back for the stones? And now you can say it's a separate timeline or whatever. But if that's the case, that means you just destroyed the time, like basically the timeline where the heroes were all snapped and everybody vanished and everything still exists. So therefore the heroes really did nothing in that movie. Yes. Planet of the Apes is a time travel movie because the astronauts go into space, and when they do, they get hit by some kind of outside phenomena. They crash land back on Earth, but they're in the future. So it shot them into the future. Yes, that would be a time travel movie. So you have closed loop, and then you have open-ended and branching timeline time travel stories, I'm going to say. So like Prisoner of Azkaban, is it Prisoner of Azkaban with the time turner and everything? I would say that's a time loop, right? Like you're caught in a loop. Oh God. What was the other one that I said was a loop? Groundhog's Day. You're caught in a time loop, right? But then you have movies where it's always happened and is inevitable because it's always happened. So Terminator would be one like that. So for example, and James Cameron's even said this shit, the whole contemplation at the end of Terminator when, she's driving off into the desert is that, if you don't send Kyle Reese back, then I don't get pregnant and you're never born, right? To become the leader of the resistance to John Connor. Well, technically, if Skynet doesn't send the T-800 back, then it's never born and can never, you know what I mean? It's facing the same paradox. So basically, you're bootstrapping. Like, it's all a closed loop within itself, but you're bootstrapping like it's you that caused this to happen. 12 Monkeys, same way. If Bruce Willis never went back into the past, then they would have been able to contain the virus a lot faster. Doctor Strange, which one? I mean, he creates his own independent time loop with the time stone. If you're talking about Dormammu, I've come to bargain, right? And like it keeps refreshing the scene. I think that's what he says, but it keeps refreshing the scene. He creates a closed time loop. That's more like Groundhog Day. Like that's a closed time loop. Then you have bootstrapping time loops. And then you have alternate timelines. Which, and this terrifying thing, guys. By the way, guys, make sure you smash the like button. It says I only got 3 likes on this. Do I really suck that bad? You have like branching timelines, and they kind of go over this in like Avengers Endgame. So when they went and took the stones out of the past, they had to return them to the past so they'd be there so they can go get them, right? So events play out. That's cool, but at the same point in time, because you brought Thanos from the past into the future and took him out, like wiped him out, technically he's already removed out of time, and you've created a new timeline. You haven't fixed the one that you were in. Because it wasn't like they took Thanos and snapped him back to his own timeline with no knowledge of what was going on. They made him blink out of existence. So all the Avengers are technically trapped in that timeline. In the other timeline, everybody that was dead is dead. All that kind of stuff. Like, and now you've created a branching new timeline. Tenant's a weird one. That's one you need a diagram to go through that movie, right? But yeah, that's a good call out. And then Edge of Tomorrow is a closed loop. Yeah, that would be time travel, but closed loop time travel. Star Trek 4 and 8. Okay. But yeah, and Back to the Future is an interesting case too, because technically that one is multiple timelines. I think because even the first movie, when they return to the future and like his dad is now like a best-selling author, he's got the truck, all that kind of stuff, he's in a different timeline. Which means he never went back to his original timeline because he altered stuff in the past. And those little alterations created a new timeline. So technically, Marty McFly never really did. He didn't go back to the future. He screwed the future up. Or altered the future. But Back to the Future, I mean, it's just a fun movie. I forgot all about when he does the music, when he starts playing The Power of Love with his band and all the teachers are sitting there. I forgot it was Huey Lewis sitting there and like looking one way and then looking the other way and then going, next. I don't remember. I try to block that movie out of my mind, Eugene. If I'm being honest. Like you said, not good, but there. Yeah, I could believe that, but I don't even remember the plot line to it. Unfortunately, the Transformers movies probably should have just been one and done. You know, the only one that I can say is an exception out of all the sequels to Transformers was that Bumblebee movie they did. For some reason, that movie was great. I don't know what it was. Like, I don't know why that movie was different, but the Bumblebee movie, like, actually wasn't bad. It really actually turned out to not be bad at all. "13 going on 30." I don't know about that one. I don't remember that movie. Don't remember that one at all. Yeah, my favorite is probably H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. I always loved the story and the movie. The movie didn't nail the story, but it was pretty damn close. It was always one of my favorites. There's another one. Malcolm McDowell in it. I can't remember. He plays somebody famous out of history. But it was called Time After Time, I want to say. Where he's chasing Jack the Ripper. I don't know if you guys remember that movie. Had Mary Steenburgen's in it. Plays the love interest. And he's chasing Jack the Ripper across time. Yeah, it shouldn't be that. I mean, there's little indie time movie. There's one where, and I can't even remember the name of the movie, but guy invents a time machine, and it's like kind of like a found footage kind of deal. And he like fires it up, and he keeps going back, and like it was like his mom died or something. I can't remember how it went. But basically, the end of the movie, it's like, yeah, he kept trying to build the time machine and never built it because he ends up altering everything and going back so many times that he ends up just like undoing everything. Um, One that we haven't mentioned that I'm going to say is a time travel movie, but it's more of a consciousness time travel movie. So somebody's consciousness kind of keeps going back in time. Is the Butterfly Effect with Ashton Kutcher, where like you see the movie going forward. I'm off to play the Ark Raiders. I'm going out there. I'm going to get my ass kicked in the wastelands. Have a good night, Bubs. Love you, brother. But yeah, the Butterfly Effect. I don't even know if you guys remember that movie. Like it was a thing when it first came out, and then people don't really talk about it that much anymore. Like, well, ever. It was like pretty damn dark. Where like, for example, there's one part where they put a firecracker in somebody's mailbox to kind of mess with them, and then like they're gonna blow up the mailbox or whatever, and this woman goes out, but she's got her baby in like her arms when she goes out to the mailbox, and then of course it cuts out, so you don't get to see what happened and all that, but the implication is like they basically killed the baby. That was a brutal one. It's a rough one because Ashton Kutcher's character keeps going back trying to correct things out of the past, and every time he does, he makes it worse and worse. I mean, you can technically say the entirety of Doctor Who is all time travel because, well, it is. The Lake House. What was it about? It like that sounds super familiar. Maybe I'm thinking of the Glass House. That was that movie with the one. I want to say she's Polish. Had like that blonde girl in it. I think I was the Glass House. Apparently, Bob remembers it. What was it about, Bob? You want to come talk, Bob? Talking to Bob's like having a time machine. I remember that movie, but there's another one because you said, Bullock and Reeve, and they're talking through a mailbox. Yes, I do remember that one, but when you said Reeve or Reeves, reminds me of another one, and it wasn't called The Lake House with him. It was called Somewhere in Time. And it was like a whole love story. Yeah, I remember when it was called Somewhere in Time, and it was like a whole ass love story. It like had a fucked up ending, like a tearjerker ending. I like to call it, or like it did not end happily ever after. I still feel like we're missing like a big one though, guys. Like a big time travel movie. We once we say it, we'll all be like, "Oh shit!" Like that's one of the big time travel movies. Like I know Eugene had pointed out Tenant. Tenant is crazy because I don't even know if I want to call that I don't know if that's a time travel movie. It's just like more of a time flow movie. Um, because they are flowing forward and backward at the same time, which is this assault at the end. Like you're moving forward and backward in time at the same time. Like it's weird. Weird concept. But I mean it was original. I'll give it that. Like you got to excuse stuff like Memento too, because that actually, just because the movie shot backwards, it actually was going forward the whole time. You just like you can actually watch it in reverse, and the whole story makes just as much sense when you watch it backwards, or when the time flows backwards. Which I always love Memento. I always thought that was brilliantly done, just masterful. Donnie Darko, yeah, that's a time travel movie. That's actually technically a bootstrap and a loop all combined, and actually an altering timeline too. It's like got all of it. That's got an altered timeline in there too because he breaks the loop at the end of it. That's the whole he dies with the engine falling on the house, but everybody remembers the old timeline as well. They're all like waking up all crying and shit. I never saw the sequel to Donnie Darko, and from what I understand, people all told me like, yeah, be glad you skipped it. So like it's like Donnie S Darko or some shit, because the original was just fantastic. But that is a good call. That's an awesome call. Nope, Time Cop was a that was a yeah, that's actually, I'm trying to think what kind of how I would define that. Time Cop's a real thing though. I think they did a TV show too, but there was a Jean Claude Van Damme movie called Time Cop, and it was definitely time travel. Same matter can occupy same space. That was the big thing with that one. Um, and if you could go back in time or forward in time, you could only go to one, but you couldn't go to your point of origin. Which would you go? I would go into the past. If I had to choose which way to go, as far as time travel goes, I would go back into the past. Because the whole thing is, and I wouldn't even go super far into the past. I'd only go like pretty much my lifespan into the past. Well, my lifespan till now. So like 50 years into the past. And the reason why is because I would set my future self up for success, and then I wouldn't ever have to, I could come right back into the life I'm in now or die, but leave myself all kinds of money and stuff and alter my timeline where I never had to go back into the past. I would just create a different timeline. Interstellar, Yes, Interstellar's one. Um, Interstellar is a weird one because the ending of it is basically him sending the message into the past. But Interstellar, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like I feel like I should have liked that movie and I didn't. Like I just didn't like it for some reason. Like I don't know what it was about it. We know which way Bob would go. Bob would probably go into the past. He'd be like, I'm going back to a time when smokes were $1 a pack and beers were like 50 cents. Yeah. Yep. Eugene J had said that. I said that too. Time Cop with Van Damme. Yeah. Same matter can't occupy same space, and that's pretty much the end of the movie. He kicks the bad guy who's like a politician or whatever into himself. I know another one. Actually, I can't believe I forgot this damn movie because I love this movie. Jim Caviezel and Dennis Quaid were in a movie called Frequency. And it was like there's a father and a son. Dennis Quaid plays the father, and Jim Caviezel plays the son. And like it's like nowadays or whatever. And Jim Caviezel has this old ham radio that his dad had, and he like fires it up, and there's some kind of like weird electrical storm going on, and he's able to connect with his dad in the past, and there's like a serial killer or whatever, and they hunt him down because the serial killer takes out his mom. And it turns out like Dennis Quaid went in, instead of dying when he was supposed to, he ended up saving people in this burning building, and one of them was a serial killer. So his spree starts going on again. Black Knight, jeez. Frequency was so good. Yes, it was. Like anybody who hasn't seen Frequency, that's a fantastic movie. Frequency was great. I always say it's not a time travel movie, but also check out Frailty with Bill Paxton and Matthew McConaughey. Super underrated movie. But yeah, Frequency is just fantastic. I forgot all about that dang movie. And like sitting here thinking about time travel movies, it's like, yeah, there you go. There's one. There's one that's 1,000% worth the price of admission. Really, really was. Yeah, Frequency. I know I'm forgetting something. God bless Stranded for remembering Bill and Ted. I would have kicked my own ass if I didn't remember Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Bogus Journey was all right, and then the one they did recently was okay. I kind of didn't like it. I didn't like the fact, oh no, it's your daughters that actually saved the day or whatever. I think Bill and Ted's would have been better off just one and done. Plus, it didn't have George Carlin in it, which always hurts my heart. Shout out to him and rest in peace, brother. I would have loved to hear George Carlin nowadays doing comedy. He would have been canceled, but it would have been amazing. I haven't seen Source Code in a very long time, but I believe that is a time loop. Yeah, that would definitely be a time loop. Maybe that's a bootstrap. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, source code. Because source code, what is it? Source code, Moon, and there's like two others, but like all those movies are supposed to be interlinked somehow, and I can't remember how they're interlinked. Something with I think it's Lunar Corp. I think was the name of the corporation. Something with that. Like source code's supposed to be the start of it. Then Moon with Sam Rockwell supposed to be kind of like where that corporation took everything. If I remember correctly. I used to get smokes out of a vending machine too. When I was a kid, I used to get them at the skating rink out of a vending machine, Bob. I also used to get them at the bar. You used to be able to buy smokes in the bar. You used to be able to smoke in the bar itself. Actually, that wasn't all that long ago. All that's all 86 now. There's still some states where you can smoke in the bar, apparently. I mean, nothing like, I don't know. You're in there, you're wrecking your liver anyway. You might as well take your lungs out. I think it was more for the waitresses and bartenders and stuff like that that were catching all that secondhand smoke that was killing them. Or like they worked in a. I know the Atlantic City casinos. I don't know if you can still smoke in there, but casinos and AC were like you'd walk in there and it was just like cloud of cigarette smoke. I remember smoking in the mall while I was walking around. Smoking in the mall. Couldn't go into stores with a lit cigarette, but you could smoke like while you're walking between them. A Christmas Carol. Mm, negative, Ghost Rider. That's not a. He's visited by three coasts, but it's not a time travel. Like he doesn't travel through time. That's all done in one night, and it's basically visions. So it's not exactly time travel. Like he didn't time travel. That's a good try though. I like that one. That was a good suggestion. It's a fun one. You technically say Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty is nothing but time travel. Like everything to do with it is just it's all time travel. Sitting here trying to get into the bruise on his cheek. There's Ian. Yep, Back to the Future is the first one we nailed out, all of us. What's up, Ian? Great to see you, brother. Yeah, yeah, Back to the Future is always like everybody always like, yeah, Back to the Future. Like I said, that one I'm gonna say that's altered timeline too. We already covered that, like because he technically alters the timeline, so it's a different timeline. It's a branching timeline. Shit. You know what? I could kick my own fucking ass. Here's one, and not one of us said it. Quantum Leap. Superman travels back to save Lois. I mean, yeah, technically, yeah, but it's not a time travel movie. It's a superhero. Well, I mean, doesn't denote it as a time travel movie just because he uses a power that he never does in any of the comics or anything else. It's just like when he throws the plastic acid non in in the in the second movie. Damn. Yeah, I did say movies, but I just reminded me Quantum Leap. Like I forgot all about it because I mean, yeah, I guess if we're going TV shows, then I'd be like Legends of Tomorrow and all kinds of stuff. You're right. We'll keep it to movies. Strictly movies. I'm trying to remember because time travels in a lot of movies, but I always like Avengers. Like I said, I really, I, and I know I started to say this before. Rumor has it, and I'm going to say the rumor. So I've told you guys this before. The way it works is you have these things called incursions in the lead up to Secret Wars, and that's where one Earth's like two Earths start to occupy the same space. So one Earth has a choice. It's got both Earths have a choice: destroy the other Earth, or both Earths are destroyed at the same time. So apparently, and again, full on rumor, but that shot you see of Cyclops using his eye beams, apparently it's him fighting another world. It's in the first 5 minutes of the movie. And who he's fighting with those eye beams is Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Like I said, rumor, but yeah. And basically he kills Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. That's the rumor that's been out and about now. So I don't know how true that's going to be. I don't know if that's just chalk it up to like rumor mill. But yeah, supposedly that's what's the whole like Cyclops sitting there on his knees with the eye blast and all that is because Spider-Man's Earth, like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man's Earth, is in the X-Men world. And that Cyclops blasting Spidey and killing him. Now, how true or false, like I said, all rumor and speculation, but that's apparently like some kind of leak I had heard. I'm repeating it, but I'm also letting you guys know it's rumor. Arrival. Yes, with oh god, I can't remember what are they called, the hexapods. It had the chick who played Lois Lane, and I can't remember who the male lead was, where the aliens come to Earth and they have the circular language. And it's like the whole thing is you find out that the language basically tells you the future and the past all at the same time. So it's like all of everything that you're told throughout the movie is basically one closed time loop. And as they figure out the language, they figure out that that's how it works. Yeah, I think that's the movie, if I remember correct. because you start seeing stuff that you think is the future, but it turns out to be the past. You see stuff that's the past you think is the future. I didn't tell you how it ends. That's just a chunk of the movie. There's a whole plot line that goes into that movie that I didn't even touch on. I'm talking the time shifting element. I didn't tell you everything about it. I'm trying to think. Time after time. Yeah, dude, time after time sticks in my head so bad because I saw it when I was a kid and didn't understand it, and as an adult saw it again, and not that long ago either, like a couple years ago, I saw it, and I was like, damn, I forgot how good this movie is. Especially now I understand who Jack the Ripper is and all that kind of shit. Actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. I think it was H.G. Wells chasing Jack the Ripper, if I remember right. H.G. Wells in his time machine, and he accidentally brings Jack the Ripper to the future. It was something like that. Yeah, Beans. I said it. I didn't give away the whole plot line to the movie. Like I've been pretty good about not really spoiling shit completely, or trying not to. Like when we were talking about frequency, I know there's a chunk of people who have never seen it, so I was vague on who the killer actually is, stuff like this. Anybody got anything else that's like interesting time travel wise? The Cyndi Lauper song, Time After Time? It's a great song. Dude, Cyndi Lauper, I always thought her was like a pop artist. I didn't appreciate her till I got older. She actually, for a chick with a thick accent like she's got, New York accent, she's got some pipes on her. So, what is everybody's? Do you guys like the alternate timeline kind of time travel? Do you like which version of time travel do you guys prefer? Closed loop, bootstrap. Could you imagine like a Gen Zer going back to like the 1940s or 50s? What would happen? Like they'd get the shit beat out of them. Time Traveler's Wife. I never saw that movie. But oh, and by the way, it was Rachel McAdams that's also, or no, it wasn't Rachel McAdams. Damn it, what's her name? It's gonna drive me nuts. She's in The Arrival. But yeah, Lois Lane from Man of Steel. That's who's in The Arrival. Beans. Nah, that's not. I was gonna say another one that would be time travel, but it's not time travel because technically the hero is just cryogenically frozen. So's the villain, but Demolition Man. But they're technically cryo frozen, so it doesn't count. What's your boggle, sir? Excuse me, citizen. Pardon me, citizen. You know, if it's cryo freezing, kind of knockoff, not actual time travel, but it's something like that. Then you would have to include like future, well, not Futurama, Encino Man, and all kind. There's a whole bunch of different shit like that. Idiocracy. That's all like cryo freezing time travel. It's not really time travel. That's just you were frozen. The time traveler's wife. I still, I, be honest with you, outside of it being a time traveler that was married, I have no idea what the fuck that movie's about. Waiting for somebody to like hit me with one that it's like, oh shit, how did we miss that? What you got, Ian? Come on, I know you got one out there, buddy. I know at this point you guys feel like you traveled to the Ice Age. I'll tell you that much in some parts of this country. Like poor Bob. Bob's like, you guys think this is cold? I traveled with Admiral Byrd down to Antarctica. Single timeline. Well, technically, you're creating a branching one. So, yeah, you're technically creating a branching timeline at that point because your normal timeline's like this. You're here, you go back to here, and then when you alter something, it branches it just that little bit. So it might even run parallel, but you branched it just a little bit. The moment you go back and change anything in the past, it branches. And that's kind of my thing with. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if that's what they're going to do with the Avengers. The fact that they went back in time and messed with everything. I'm wondering if that's the angle they're going to take on the Avengers. Basically, they just swapped out Doctor Doom for Kang. Like they took the whole premise from the Kang arc that they were going to do in the Avengers, like, and just do that. Like it's going to remove all the branching timelines completely. Like anybody who saw Wolverine and Deadpool, how they were talking about going back and destroying all the timelines, so there's only one prime timeline. Maybe it was that, or maybe it was Loki. I can't remember. But Doctor Doom's actually going to accomplish that. But it'll be the Avengers' fault it all happens. Because they went back and did the whole thing with the stones with Thanos. I could see them doing that. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably what they're going to do. Which makes me wonder, how does that play out? Because probably everything gets rebooted at the end of it. But yeah, seeing alternate realities, all that kind of stuff, that is cool. All right, time to see how these airbrushes do. I kind of did a thing where I used this machine my wife had got me. It cleans jewelry and stuff, but it also works on airbrushes. I used it on my airbrushes, and I'm hoping they work. As a matter of fact, I found out I had this is my second version of the red one. Right here at the body on the old one, after I cleaned it up or whatever and put it through that machine, I looked at it because I kept feeling air come through on my hand. And I remember I got real pissed off because I was like, why isn't this thing blowing right? The body on it had rusted or broke through. This is like welded in there, and the weld on it broke. It's a good thing I bought a new one. All right. Let's go light coat on this. Like severe light coat. All right, it looks like I'm going to have to go heavier coat. I was hoping I could get away with a light coat of it, but guess not. Yeah, just think about it. There's a version of me painting this thing where I don't suck at this. And like my commentary isn't boring. I know it's crazy, but there's definitely a universe where that's happened. But there is no universe in which I'm monetized on YouTube. Just gonna let you guys know that now. Damn, that shit looks so green to me. I don't know if that's actually coming through yellow on the screen for you guys, but it is a banana yellow. I have not heard from Smurf. I haven't. I normally don't hear from Smurf. Like here and there. I mean, he might drop in, whatever. But yeah, I normally don't hear from Smurf, especially on the weekends he's working. Personal deja vu moments. Yeah, you know what? That's one of those things that's interesting woo woo too. That I has anybody in the chat never experienced deja vu? That's a good question. Is there anybody who's like, yeah, I never experienced deja vu ever? I mean, I'm sure, like, I know I've experienced it a shit ton in my life. Still can't explain it either. Because it always happens, and you're just like, yeah, there's this other thing's supposed to happen, like, or this will happen, and then it happens, like, immediately after. Yeah, personal deja vu is always weird to me. Um, I still swear we've jumped timelines a couple times now. I don't know if it has shit to do with CERN or any of this stuff, like some people theorize. Like, yeah, it's the hydrogen collider or whatever, Hadron collider. I don't know about all that, but I swear we've jumped timelines at different points. What's that? Negative about what? About the YouTube jokes? Oh, it's self-deprecating humor is what it's called. It's a joke. It's not taking myself too seriously. When you take yourself too fucking serious, you're bound for failure. Like, I mean, if I wanted to take myself real serious, then we'd be discussing politics and shit now. And no, no. It's called self-deprecating humor. You got to look at yourself and laugh. You're not always the joke, but you got to joke about yourself sometimes. If not, then you know what happens. You end up calling people big backs and telling everybody how you're smart and they're dumb. That's what happens. Yeah, if you want to see somebody who takes themselves too seriously, you know exactly who to watch. I'm definitely not going to be the guy who takes himself that seriously ever. And if I start to, then we got a problem. Like if I start talking like I'm the end all be all. Yeah. There's enough of that in the world to go around. Perfect example is like Ben Shapiro pretending like his entire business isn't collapsing because he's got, X amount of views and then turning around and finding out that he's paying for those views basically to YouTube to run ads for him. And they count as his view count because nobody's watching his shit anymore. I think he's down like 50,000 subs or something right now. It's a whole lot of not good. Get done with this arm. Hopefully my flames will be dry. Then I can hit it again. Step up the color to actual. I think I go to moon yellow next. Then down moon yellow, which somebody pointed out. I think Beans pointed out the moon isn't yellow. I've actually never seen the moon and said, yeah, that's a yellow moon tonight. So I don't know where the hell we get moon yellow from. Maybe a different point in time when the sky wasn't as polluted or some shit. I've never personally looked up the moon and been like, oh, it's a yellow moon tonight. It's always been like a white/gray to me. Wait, your daughter got married? What? Well, shit. Saved you the cost of a wedding gift, Bob. What the fuck? Yeah, I thought you said that was coming up. So I'm guessing you're just as surprised as us on this one. Yeah, congrats, Bob. You didn't lose a daughter, you gained a gamer son-in-law. Yeah, I don't know, Bean. I guess it's yellow sometimes. Yeah, exactly. It has to be because so many people are always like, yeah, it's a yellow moon. Like, well, I don't see that. What is this wizardry you speak of with yellow moons? Looks like a Death Star to me. All right. Oop, that's the unopened one. I got two of these moon yellows. I had bought one. The other one came in like a paint set. He's a good guy. Yeah, that's the important part. I mean, the important part is the person a good person, and the most important part is like, well, is your daughter happy? Right? Like I said, my daughter, I'm not a huge fan of the dude she's talking about marrying, but you know what? She's happy, and that's all that really fucking matters. I don't have to be married to the guy. You know. It's not for me to determine. There we go. It really is. Like, I mean, we're not we're legit not going to get as fortunate as the girl my son married, where she's just like the whole family loves her. That's a rare thing. Getting somebody to fit in my weird ass family. I'm alright with us being a weird ass family though. Alright, it's still wet. Good Lord. I know there was a point in time where I wasn't so old, but it feels like a very long time ago. What year did the Goonies come out in, guys? 1985, like 40 years ago? Yeah, that going back and hitting that stuff over again and then coming back across it like I am, I got some dimension into this thing. Like Parallax actually has some weighted muscle now and stuff. You guys can see it or not. Set that down. Yeah, see, it all blends well, kind of. You can kind of see a little bit of the undertoning that's starting to develop. Like I said, it's coming up like bright ass green. Yeah, I do too. But that was back when I lived in a place where it actually got cold. Like now I'm like bundled up. Now it's like, oh God, like you want me to go out there and do what? But it doesn't even snow here, so I'm safe. I don't know what this snow stuff is you guys keep talking about anymore. It's all gone. The time I've been here, I think I've seen snow 3 times, 2 times, 3 times. 2 or 3 times. I'm not sure which. I'm actually surprised I am getting pretty much the effect I wanted, where I get the yellow or the yellow, that like dark undertone, but I'm getting an ethereal look to everything. It looks just a little off. But you can tell they're shitting those scales. It's got a little bit of weight to it. Just trying not to blow through too much paint and wipe out the undershading. Now I'm going to really highlight the hell out of it. As in no winter jacket. Gotta be specific with Bob. Bob's got a special prescription for little blue pills, and he's not afraid to use them. Just saying. There's a snow tornado. What the fuck is a snow tornado? I mean, is that like a crossfire hurricane? Like a snow tornado? Like the wind just started whipping the snow and into like a funnel? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of a fire tornado. I've never heard of a snow tornado. That's interesting. Pop, pop, pop. I can't believe it's Sunday already. Week's over, or week's about to start. Damn, 31st is almost here. That's all the new models for my Patreons should start dropping. Which the video game term this month is Silent Hill. And they did I guess James Sutherland, I think his name is, but he's like the main character from the game, and then Pyramid Head, and like they have them together fighting. Also, I ordered my new printer, but due to snow, it's probably going to be about 2 weeks of a delay before it gets here. And it's an FDM printer, so it prints filament, but I got it basically so I could print out bases. The thing was, I was like, you got this printer here, it's $350, this one, right? I got the one that was $400 and some odd dollars. This fucking thing is huge. Like, I mean, it's huge. It's like 2 foot by 2 foot by, I think it's like 3 or 4 foot tall. Right? I can legit print out actual, like, if I wanted to do like a real deal Iron Man helmet, I could print it in one piece on this thing. You grew up in the best part of Texas? You mean Mexico? Beans isn't in Texas. She doesn't say y'all after everything she types. I'm Bob. I don't want to talk about Oklahoma. I hated Oklahoma with a passion. My God, I've never run further from something in my life or faster. I don't know how people live landlocked. I got to have the ocean close to me. I don't know. It's just a me thing. Maybe because I've always grown up with it there. Yeah, I remember seeing a storm coming in and being like, "Oh shit, we better get inside. That storm's coming." My buddy who I was out there with, it's just like, brother, that thing isn't getting here till like tomorrow afternoon. Like what? Yeah, fight's coming. Same way, there's two things that come out of Texas, and I don't see no horns on you. Just one of those jokes. All right. Now it's time for the experimental phase of this. Bit of the yellows. Check. One drop yellow. We are going to go into one drop of white. Check. And give me a bit of water. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty damn close. Pretty damn close to what I wanted. Maybe a little darker. Just want to see. Oh, that's still wet. I need a piece that isn't wet. I just want to glaze the outer rings of him. Going into a test fire on this just to see. So we'll be able to see it really well on his face. A little bit more yellow in there. I mean, everybody, when I was in Texas, it was all right. I didn't mind Texas all that much. It was in San Antonio. Wasn't terrible. Oklahoma, not good. Yep, that'll work. Wet blend on parallax. Also, let me see, because this should be dry. All right, that's, yeah, I'm starting to get the effect I wanted. Just need it spread out a little bit. God, that looks so green on screen. Let me see something. I'll hold this bottle up. What color does this bottle look? Bottle looks green. It's a bright banana yellow. I don't know why the hell it's coming across green though. All right. Yep. So that's my transition point. I have skipped the last two Avatar movies that have come out. Like, I don't know, Way of Water and something Fire and Ash or something like that. I've skipped both of them. I have no, like, I don't know why. They just They're not appealing to me for some reason. Like at all. Let me see something. Let's see if this is the right color. Okay, that's a little pale. But yeah, I couldn't tell you if they're good, they're bad, or whatever. I think the original Avatar was a kind of like a cultural moment for 3D movies. Like if you saw it in the theater in 3D and IMAX, it was amazing. And then you watch it at home and it's like, it was all right. Like it just doesn't have the same feeling. I mean, that's just me though. Yeah, moon. Hopefully this is enough yellow in there to offset. Give me that other brush. I don't wanna waste that one. Hell yeah. Looks like matching color. Alright, let's start with the fire. There we go. Feathering the shit out of that needle as I go down. Try and get a good light transition. Definitely hitting. Love it when she starts to look a little better. A little bit more like I imagined. Shit, this interior though. Definitely want to. I'm going to want to go over the interior of this flame. Actually, you know what? I should be fine. Because it's kind of hidden behind his leg. But I'm not liking the way that orange was coming through. There we go. Got to go heavy-handed with it, that's all. Went a little too heavy right there, but it should be all right. Starting to bleed through already. Oh, good Lord. Painting beans made of light. What a pain in the butt. The saddest part is let me try something. Where's my camera? YouTube camera. Where the hell's my video cap? There it is. Let me do this. Let me see if this fixes it. Of course it didn't. Damn, it looks so green on my camera. Like, I don't know if it looks green to you guys or you guys can actually see it as yellow. But to me, it just looks green as all get out. Go. Like, I mean, it looks super green. And it's not. It is so yellow, it's obnoxious yellow. It's actually kind of heartbreaking. As I can see how yellow it is. And you guys kind of can't. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm going to mess with the video here in a second and see if we can't get this change around. Rinse. Sundays are always quiet ones. I kind of like my Sundays because of that. Guess we'll find out Wednesday if Smurf still wants to stream or not. If not, I'll let Brogue know. Keep him on deck. Oh, good Lord. All right. Let's see what this looks like. First things first, let me see if I can't fix this camera. Sitting there playing around with it, seeing if I can't get it where it looks better. Oh, shit. Not what I wanted to do. I can't even go to camera controls on this thing. Only thing I can do is like add filters. Oh my god. All right, I just shifted the color. You're actually seeing the color on it now. So they shut them down not because of snowfall or ice or anything else, but because of temperature. Yeah, like my hand looks extra like red, but you can actually kind of see now what I was talking about, where it's like an actual like banana yellow. Like it actually looks like I'm seeing it. So I had to put red in order to make that happen. Okay. That can probably get glued. This is going to go in here like that. Look at the back of this thing. Not like you're really going to look at it from the back. Wow, that's crazy. So they're canceling because of temperature. I mean, sometimes it's like that. Oh, shit, am I out of glue? I wasn't planning on gluing anything till like next time, but I get just enough glue out of this to seal this piece. I don't think that's going to be enough glue to seal it. My hands look purple. That's crazy. The yellow looks good though. Negative 20 degrees? Holy shit. I'd have 3 Adam's apples at that point. My testicles would climb into my throat for warmth. That's crazy. Yep, I didn't think so. Not enough glue to hold it. All right, I gotta find my glue. Where's my glue? Woman, where's my super suit? I bought like a whole nother little pack of glue. Oh, dang. Ooh, must fell on my ass. Give me 1 minute. Let me go see. I think I set that down over there. I gotta get up. I'll be right back. Definitely odd. Still not finding my damn glue. Ha ha. Ha ha. All right. So I have a whole thing with that. If they're saying it's only -4 out, but with the wind it feels like -20, then it's -20 out. All right. I got me some Loctite. Just got to be careful because I don't want to pop the damn thing. Yeah. If they're saying like, oh, with wind factor, it's negative. It feels like it's -20. Then it's actually -20. That's how I always judge that shit. It's like, what do you mean? Like, it feels like -20, even though it's only -4 out. Well, if it feels like it, then it is that. What the hell are we doing here? What kind of nonsense are you talking? Not you, but the weather people. What are you talking about? We're going to find out if this Loctite is better than that cheap ass super glue that cost me like $3 for like 4 bottles. You say that all the time? Yeah. Well, I mean, it only makes sense. Like, why are you saying it? Oh, it's only negative. It's -4 out, but it feels like -20 with the wind. Well, if the wind's friggin' blowing, then it's -20. You jackass. Try and like make me feel better about the weather, sir. I think I got it. That stuff ain't bad. Definitely got a gap in there, but what can you do? Guessing it's like wait 20 hours for bonding or something, right? Because I definitely want to leave a little flex space in there because of the way this all goes together. Like I didn't glue it on yet. Glue parallax on. Let me see what that arm looks like on there. It's the wrong arm. Give me the right arm. Yeah, that shit's creepy as hell. Still got to do like his eyeball out. But that'll get glued in next. Well, Loctite, you suck. Do not recommend Loctite. Because that shit just completely came apart. Yeah, it's even dry. Yeah, this stuff. The cheap super glue is still the best glue. That's crazy. Spend all that money on good glue and it doesn't work. Like the Gorilla Glue, it's like, yeah, it works if you leave it alone for like 20 hours. Well, yeah, but I need it held together now, you jackass. This poor white bottle has gotten hit with so much yellow over time. So many different colors. Let's see if I can't get in with this. Get that eye. smaller brush. Yeah, the face on Parallax. Well, that's just it. I mean, you're talking about the entity of fear. So it should be like creepy as shit, you know? It's not like it's not like it's the face of happiness or something, you know, I'm painting. It's legit the entity of fear. So it should be like creepy as hell. Almost like if a bat and a dragon had a baby. Yeah. It's creepy. And an insect. Like the wings are 1,000% like an insect. Okay, before I can even glue him like together, let's take a look, see what I'm looking at right now. Right. I got to repaint the lantern too. I'm gonna get in there with. I'm gonna try the lantern's the experiment for actual Sinestro himself. Let's see. Okay, so that is going to be an issue. Got to make sure I go in with this piece first before I go putting the lantern in there, or it will not fit together. And even worse is that it's a good thing that glue did not hold, because I never would have gotten Parallax himself in there. Okay, so this is right around where we're looking. I'm going to nail the base, and I am going to nail the lantern. I'm going to start with the base first. Get those accents off. Parallax is pretty damn good to go, though. Okay. Give me a good brush for this. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Let's see. Oh, if I could actually hold on to the brush. Yeah, that one should work. Night, Bob. Really? So they posted a Henry Cavill as the villain in The Mummy. I still haven't watched the Mummy trailer. I figure I'll save that for next time. I know I thought Dwayne the Rock Johnson's coming back for it or something I saw, which is interesting. You know, like, didn't you guys already murder that franchise with the whole Scorpion King crap? Oh my god, is this old gold? This is. Make sure you all smash that like button if you haven't already. Get old fashioned gold on top of this yellow. Yeah, I mean, there's Problem is, it shouldn't all just come down to. So when we were kids, we had Arnold and Sly, right? Like we had Sylvester Stallone. We also had Arnold Schwarzenegger at the same time. You could say Batista. Batista's old as hell, right? Um, Not his fault. It's just the nature of time. It's gonna wear on you. You're gonna lose that muscle tone, all that kind of stuff. But Henry Cavill, it's like Alan Richson, Rickson. I don't know how you say his name. He could be he could be one that could be a good foil for Henry Cavill, but even then, he's tall, he's big, he's strong, all that stuff. Henry Cavill's kind of in a league of his own right now, and it's a shame because you need that big badass to play off you. Like Stallone was smart enough to go find Dolph Lundgren, for example, for like his Rocky villain. He was big, he was imposing, he was smart, good actor, great shape, all that kind of stuff. But you need somebody, if you're going to do Henry Cavill in a movie, you got to find a guy. And I think Batista is going to be the Kurgan in the new Highlander. So you got to find something outside of that. The Rock ain't in it. I mean, I love the old Mummy. Well, I love the Boris Karloff Mummy. Man, it's so weird looking at my hands and thinking like they would actually be that red. Um, my hands are pale white. But yeah, I like the old Boris Karloff Mummy, but I liked the actual Mummy movies they did with Brendan Fraser. Like they were good stuff. They were real good stuff. So that's awesome. Like I hope they make another one. I hope they don't do a reboot or a retread, you know. I think those mummy movies came out in a time when they right in the right time where they work. Yeah, hopefully everybody out there is chilling and staying warm. I was actually surprised that as many people were tuning in as have because I know there's a lot of places without power, a lot of places that are having issues with internet, like all that kind of stuff. So I expected probably like 10 views, maybe 5 people tuning in, you know. He's back in his Superman physique. Well, see, like I'm torn on this. And here's where I'm torn. Because if Netflix does buy WB, they have a good working relationship with Zack Snyder. Means we could get Henry Cavill back as Superman. The problem is that Zack Snyder's version of Superman kind of sucked. The only thing that was good about it was Henry Cavill playing him. But the movies themselves, where he was taking them and where they were headed, was going to be stupid. Like, for example, what if I were to tell you that Batman actually gets Lois Lane pregnant instead of Superman? You know, stuff like this is what Zack Snyder had planned. Like, what? I can tell you now, Ben Affleck, even if Henry Cavill came back as Superman, Ben Affleck it can't get back into shape to play Batman. He looks like I saw him in the Joe Rogan interview, and he was like crackhead thin. It looked like I guess that stint in rehab that he ended up doing, like he lost all the bulk he put on to play Batman. So if they were to bring those two back, Ben Affleck's going to have a hell of a time putting back on that muscle mass, especially at his age. Which part's a fact? About the baby? Zack Snyder was putting down a whole bunch of shit online when everybody did the release the Snyder cut and all that. He had put down a bunch of symbols, and it was like an emoji form, and somebody deciphered it, and then he basically confirmed it. He said, I have very smart fans or something like that. You could look it up. But yeah, it was something like Lois Lane and Batman end up together. And then Lois is the key to breaking Superman and turning him back into, good guy Superman. They beat Darkseid, but in order to shut down, like, I don't know if it's all the mother boxes or what, Batman ends up sacrificing himself and dying. And then they raise the baby, but I don't know if it was left ambiguous or it's confirmed that it was Bruce Wayne's kid. They're all on Ozempic or something. No, it's called, they're not on roids. I said that about dude playing Prince Adam. Like, I'm shocked they didn't shoot him up with roids for this. Henry Cavill, he's young. Like, Henry Cavill's young enough where he can bulk out. Chris Hemsworth has talked about it with playing Thor because he's starting to get old. And he's like, to get the bulk on, he has to go to this very, very strict diet, and he loves eating his wife's cooking. That's why I didn't want to play Thor anymore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were going to do, well, Superman was going to be evil. So, like, the nightmare sequences in the movie, that was all going to happen. Superman's evil. He's hunting down all the superheroes and all that stuff. And then they do this shit with Lois Lane that turns him back to good. They basically lie to him about the baby being his. Yeah, all that shit. I remember reading it at the time because it was like, what Zack Snyder was going to do had he continued on. And it was just like, what? Who the fuck even thought this was a good idea? Like, I had enough of a problem. Like, my wife liked it. She's like, my wife loved the symbolism in Man of Steel with him breaking Zod's neck, right? I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. Because, like, with the wife, she's like, yeah, it's symbolism. He's basically saying goodbye to his Kryptonian half and embracing humanity. Killing the Kryptonian side of him. And it's a symbolism, right? And I was like, yeah, but my whole thing is Superman does not kill. He figures a way to save everybody. I think that's part of the reason Gunn got it. And I don't think it's because Gunn got it. I think Gunn got put in charge of the universe because if you look at like Guardians of the Galaxy, you got to remember they did Suicide Squad, Man of Steel, Batman, Superman, they were tanking and everything else. They kept changing out heads of DC, right? And then Gunn got fired from Marvel for tweets that he made that were making fun of like kid rape or some shit. right? I can't remember what his tweets were. There were nasty tweets, but it was a joke. Like he was joking when he said whatever he said, and Disney fired him. Disney Marvel fired him. And then they had DC said, "Hey, look, if you're not working for them, you can come over here and, direct anything you want." He goes, "I want to do the Suicide Squad." So he did that for him and it made him money. And it hit. And it was like people were praising him because he understood the characters. So then they were like, "Hey, look, make it your, you want to be permanent over here?" And he was like, "Yeah." But he's still like, at that point in time, Marvel kicked back in his contract and he had to finish out Guardians of the Galaxy 3. So now he's got, but here's the thing. Have you seen Creature Commandos? The things that are actual canon right now in the DC universe are Creature Commandos, Peacemaker season 1 and 2, the Suicide Squad, and Superman. That's it. Everything outside of that is non-canonical now. Supergirl will be the next thing, and I'll tell you now, as far as kids go, I would not let a kid watch Peacemaker. Ever. You should have your kids taken from you if you let them watch. There's an entire orgy in that show. In like, I want to say the first or second episode of season 2. Like, I mean, we're talking full on naked men, women, everything else just going at it. So for me, like I said, and then it's like, have you watched Creature Commandos? Most people are going to be like, no, he did a good job with it, but that's just it. James Gunn's good at doing oddball, out there kind of shit. He's not good. Like, for example, let's take the recent Superman movie. I didn't hate it as much as I thought I was going to, right? I've said this before, that it was a better movie than but at the same point in time, it was a better Mr. Terrific movie than it was a Superman movie. Like, it was a good Crypto movie. It wasn't a great Superman movie. But I also give him high praise because he got the tone of Superman right. The world's bright. He's hopeful. He even saves a squirrel in one part, for example. Like, he saves everybody. He doesn't try to kill the Kaiju. He's like, let's take it off in the desert and do this and do that with it and try and get that thing out of it. And like everybody else kills it. That's Superman. Like, that's the attitude. And I wish Henry Cavill, they had given that attitude and then portrayed Batman as dark, gritty ass kicker. But at the same point in time, I had a problem with Batman in Zack Snyder's films because he comes flying in on the Batwing. The guy's on the back of a truck shooting the machine gun at him and he just guns him the fuck down. It's like, Batman doesn't kill. Like, the whole thing with Zack Snyder is, wouldn't this be cool if, but you don't care about like what actually makes the superhero, like, at all. That's the big problem with James Gunn. He doesn't care what makes the superhero actually tick, or the, more to the point, he doesn't pay attention to, like, Batman's one rule. He doesn't kill anybody. Like, if he's got to use a gun, then it's over. Like, he's lost. He won't ever be Batman again. To the point where, again, going to the animated series, Batman Beyond, right? That's how that shit starts out. Batman's in his new high-tech suit. He's taking down these criminals, starts having a heart attack while he's fighting the criminals, and has to grab a gun off the ground and scares the shit out of the criminal. And then he puts the gun down, gets back to the Batcave, takes off the suit, puts it away and says, never again. Like, I'm done. I had to pick up a gun. It's over. I can't be Batman anymore. until Terry McGinnis accidentally goes into the Batcave and then steals the suit and goes from there, and he becomes a mentor. Like Bruce Wayne becomes a mentor. But it's one of those things, like, fundamentally understand your characters. And Batman doesn't kill. Superman doesn't break people's necks. You know, like even Darkseid, all the fights with Darkseid and shit like that didn't kill him. The only one you could argue that Superman actually went out of his way and punched him so hard he killed him was Doomsday. And that's because he had no choice. It was his last punch. He was going to die. Tell you what, this ring on this base is actually toning out very, very lovely. Like, it's actually coming out better than it has any right to. I'm like doing a combination of dry brush and then going in and wet blending at the same time. It's weird. I'm definitely getting the effect in there of it being a gold ring going around this base. And I don't think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to use a yellow gold mix on that lantern too. Like, I'm going to thin out the gold so I get the metal flake and then really overtone the yellow into it and see if I can't get like an almost metallic ethereal effect on it. And then honestly, the base will be pretty much ready to rock and roll. I'll be looking, do I have any misses? A little miss in there. That's why I like looking at it. What the hell? I just fixed those tweezers. I got a couple of those little burrs left in there. If this gold effect works right, then I'm going to use it on Sinestro's suit. If this blends out the way I think it's going to. All right. Let's take a look again this time. Gold ring on it. Hell yeah. Yeah, that definitely pops. Oh, snap, crackle, and pop my fucking back. I'm an old ass man. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm not liking that. All right. I'm gonna go with some moon yellow. Give me my gold. Let's flake them together and see what we get. Little drop of water to activate it. Hopefully this gives me the effect I want. It looks muddy. May need more yellow in there. See, I'm just going to hit one little piece. Yeah, that's what I thought. Definitely too bronzed, too browned, too muddy. going to need a shit ton of yellow to offset. Other option, if this doesn't go the way I think this is going to come out too brown too. This doesn't come out the way I want it to look, then I'm going a different route with it. I think I'm going to lose a lot of sparkle here. Check. It's better. No. Okay. Time for GAM's plan B. I did this with the red, and I'm hoping it works the same way with the yellow. Clean the shit out of that brush. Matter of fact, I'll wipe this down too. Yeah, it makes it look too muddy. Let me see that. I don't want all this mess on here. Absorb. All right, where are you? Silver. Silver and like a drop of water. Hopefully this works the way I think it's going to. Going very wet on that paint. Pulling that silver pigment across the whole damn thing. So worst case, I can always just turn this back to yellow completely. What I'm thinking is if I can get a nice undertoning to it. I'm just trying to pick up the metal flake out of that paint. So it gives it kind of a metallic effect. And then I come back in on it with a yellow. Should be able to get the stardust off of it. So that the lantern actually looks like it's yellow metal. Well, yellow shiny metal. You bite my yellow shiny metal ass. Right now, it just looks like a dirty yellow. fine. I'm sure as I tilt this in the light, you guys may or may not be able to see the silver shine off of it. And I will come back in. Where's my yellow? What the fuck did I do with my yellow? Come back in. Go over this with a very thin coat of yellow. Should give it an effect. Yeah, a metal, shiny metal yellow. In fact, I'll even pull some more silver in here. So we get that blended. We're definitely getting the sheen off of it. Wow, I'm boring people right out of their shoes with painting. What happens when you stop talking politics and world events? But that's all good. Because I'm actually putting something positive out for a change. We're getting there. I'm just happy so far I haven't heard anything like, we're without power and stuck here and freezing our asses off. That's at least a positive. Too much water. Damn. Shine it up real nice. actually shining. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I was really hoping that one Travis dude would have dropped by, gotten a whole conversation about Masters of the Universe with him. Seems super knowledgeable. Shout out to him. Pretty sure he's the new subscriber. I'm guessing Devin either stopped watching me or unsubscribed from me. Devon. So I haven't seen her in a minute. But that's going to happen. That is going to happen. I think I'm going to paint that symbol white too. Just like the one on his uniform. Like the one on his chest piece. Screwing around with yellow is definitely something new, different, and fun. Also gives me a little idea of what I'm going to be dealing with Atrocitus. Atrocitus is going to be just red. And it's going to be just as difficult. That. I don't know. I don't know if she did or not. I haven't seen her in like fucking 10 streams or something. Like, might be sitting in the background eating popcorn for all I know, but I have not seen her. And since I have no, I stopped covering politics and religion and everything else, and always took the piss out of her superhero of news reporting. So that should tell you everything you need to know. Wish her nothing but the best. Either way, even if she is still watching, even if she's not still watching, wish her nothing but the best. There's a good chance. Oh. So let's see. Did it work? Did I get like, somewhat. Yeah, I mean, hey, is what it is. What's going on, Mister? How are you, brother? So you actually made it. You were able to fly. Is all that shit shut down now, or how do I want to do this? Still don't like the way it looks. Of course they're tired. Way to shake your tail feathers on that one, brother. Guys are awesome. Everybody swings in, smashes like drops a couple lines, and is like, "All right, it's cold. I'm getting the fuck out of here." Yeah. So the way that works is this, Mister. Two things, right? When it comes to cold, like even right now where I'm at, it's like 42 degrees or something, right? So your blood thins out. Well, you know this. Your blood thins out. So you're cold in that respect. But then you have the other fear, which is because it rarely snows or any or ices or any of this stuff because it's temperate weather, they don't put any sand or salt on the roads. They don't have the trucks and the resources built for that infrastructure. Like it doesn't exist. So if you get a dusting of snow, the road's pretty much going to melt it and turn it directly into ice, and it's an ice skating rink. Like when I first moved to South Carolina from Jersey, I'd be working in like Walgreens or whatever. I would walk in there and just walk in there in my polo shirt or what have you. And everybody's like, "Oh my god, put a jacket on." I'm like, "Why? It's not even fucking cold. Like what's wrong with you guys?" And after 5 years here, 5, 6 years of being in this climate of weather, like summertime, I would die of sweat. Like I would step out of the house and it would be like I just got out of a shower. Like I'm just pouring sweat. But after 5, 6 years of being here, you acclimate to the weather, your blood thins, and next thing you know, it's like, oh, it's 60 degrees out. It's cold. All right. I'm going to do a take two on this because tried the silver and the yellow. Still not feeling it. I want that. I want that lantern to just pop. I like it better gold. Not super heavy gold, just gold. Oh no, Mister's gonna miss leg day. That's that sucks. Like it's like, well, I was able to make it here, but the rest of my team didn't. I like going to the gold. Cut down the brassiness. Hmm. Hmm. Got an idea. Yeah, I mean, you're used to like -7. I was in -7 winter or weather. I'd pretty much be the end of me. Like I'd just curl up in a ball and die on the ground. Right. Conversely, though, guarantee like it's 110 degrees out and sweating. I'm fine. I'm just walking around barely breaking a sweat. Just one of those things you acclimate where you're at, unfortunately. What do we got? Yeah, I don't like the. It's too brassy. The rest of it's all fine. Damn it. Get this shit real brassy, then I'm gonna hit it again with yellow. I will layer this paint on until I get the effect that I want and the look that I want out of it. Ain't gonna stop me that easy. Paper champion. This goes in there like that. Really get the brassiness in. Yeah, exactly. You get used to it after a while. With me, I've always hated, which is crazy. You would think I would like cold. But then again, I also think that's why Nordic people all have saunas in their homes. They like that. They like that hot temperature. They like that heat. Where is? Of course, it's gonna fall. You're in Africa? Did you hear the drums echo in the night? Actually, for drums, you need 6 around. Hopefully, 6 is doing all right too. Hear the drums echo in the night. She hears whispers of some quiet conversation. Oh. See how that dries. I mean, what do you mean by looks African? You mean of a darker complexion? Because, yeah, most Africans from Africa I've actually come across have all been like very light skinned. Actually, lighter skinned than me in some cases, which is hard to pull off. I might go to a white on this. Yeah, the French suck. My daughter-in-law is from Belgium, and when I want to tease her, I'll be like, "Yeah, you know, since you're from France, I am not from France. The hell with you. Fuck you." She gets so pissed. Like, I guess for Europeans, it's like one of the most insulting things you can say to somebody is that they are French. Actually, like when I think of Belgium, I don't even think of waffles anymore. I think of chocolate. Yeah, I am definitely not liking that paint. That's a little bit better. Not liking the paint job on this. Steel, chrome, silver. Give this a shot. be able to get away with this. I'm definitely going to want to get heavy yellow on there before I do this. That actually came out all right. Put the silver out of this. Hit it again with a nice light coating of yellow. Only problem with using metallics like this and an airbrush, those flakes get stuck. They took the, well, shouldn't they be called Belgian fries then? You have stolen our French fries. Yeah, Belgium, everything I've observed, Belgian people do not like French people. Not a little bit or at all. Get as much of this shit out of here as possible. Oh, is that actually the true origin stories of French fries? That's fucking hysterical if so. Because that would make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Damn frogs. There we go. Yeah, exactly, mister. That's exactly where my brain went to, too. I was like, yeah, you know what? That actually makes sense. I mean, at this point in time, I kind of feel bad for Europe. They're in a weird spot. All right. Finally. I'm finally getting a metal shade out on this damn lantern like I want it. Let's see. White on the symbol. Yep. Cool. Oh, where's my white? I love that about the Swedish chef. Hurdy birdie dirty dur. Doody dirty dur. I used to love the Swedish chef. Or Benson Honeydew and Beaker. Beaker always cracked me up. I actually know people that kind of look like Beaker. Gotta go soft and supple with this. Actually, I may even silver this out. I want to see what it looks like in white first. Dear Lord, are you serious, mister? That true? That's crazy. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's hysterical, though. Oh, do I want to keep that white or do I want to silver that out? Let's see. Should be dry enough where I can pop it in here and just look. I think I might go silver on that. I don't know that coffee just came from the Arabs. They were making it in South America too. Like Colombia and such. But that's why you had the different types of beans. I don't know if the Arabs perfected making it and cultivating it and everything else, but and they just found the beans when they were in South America. But I do know that you do have a different species of coffee bean down there. I mean, remember French cuisine though, Mister, is supposedly the best you can get. They feed your palate, not your stomach. Turn this whole symbol silver. It's actually not indigenous to South America. Just the climate's good for growing it. So it's actually a transplant then. I mean, that's like corn. Corn's a weird one too. Because actually growing the corn or whatever, you have to have special circumstance for it. No, I just read them at the same time. Like I wasn't paying attention to the chat because I was painting, and when I looked up, I saw both comments at the same time. So it wasn't one over the other. It was both of them running together. I just always figured, like Mister said, like I always figured that you had coffee beans that were Arabic, but then you also had them where they naturally grew in South America too. Corn is from South America. That's correct. Yeah, and it's weird how they figured out how to grow it and everything else. Because you have to do certain shit in order to make it. It's actually like a difficult crop to make grow when they were first growing it or learning how to grow it. Because you have to like do something with the soil. It's different from other crops. One of those things I miss about New Jersey. There's nothing I miss about New Jersey outside of the fucking food. That's it. Used to get Silver Queen corn, and that shit was amazing. It's like this white corn. You think farming's the most unnatural thing ever? Not if you're farming weed, my friend. You can just throw that shit on the ground, it'll pop up on its own if you're in the right environment. It's only when you're cultivating it for yield that's when you fuck it up. All right, let's take a look at that. I think that silver looks better than the white. Lantern looks kind of rough. Unless you're actually like looking at it. And it comes across silver, sparkled, and all this. I feel like I need to hit it with a little more yellow though. Like a little bit of moon yellow. Shit. Good God. How did we get on the topic of agriculture anyway? You never know what the hell we're going to talk about in here. I don't know if I like this yellow on here. I'm making it pop different than it should. I think a medium yellow would be better. It's taking the brassiness out, but also some of that yellow, sexy flavor. Yeah, we were definitely talking about weird European countries. People eating mayo on fries, which is basically just egg and oil, right? I think that's all that goes into mayo. Maybe a little salt. Because of colonialism. That's great. Yeah, what can I say? Hey, look, it's not like white people were the only ones to become, to colonize shit. We just happen to build infrastructure on top of it. That's all. Nobody's bitching about when the Moors conquered all of like Greece and Italy and all that. Yeah, I knew I was going to run into this issue. Shit. Pigs came from Africa and Asia. Yeah, I could definitely see Asia. Africa, though, that's kind of that hits me as a little odd. I don't know why it hits me as odd. It just hits me as odd. Do this real quick. Before this gets too gunked up. Where's Yeah, Pangea. Yada yada. What advice do you need, Bob? Do you need like Discord advice? Do you just need like flat out white boy advice? Or do you need like a woman's perspective? You got Beans in here. Belgian fries are the best fries ever. Nice. Good call, Melissa. Did Mister just say what's up, pub? That's dude, epic like text to speech screw up. Hold on, Bob. I'll get in there. Do. As soon as I get this shit to load. Wait, the server open and mod. I hate this shit. Just fucking blow up, would you? Why the hell do I have this like UFC shit coming up? Fight the server. Move to there it is. There you go, Bob. Say something.
Hey, how you doing?
There you are, Bob. What's up? Remember, listen through Discord, mute YouTube.
I took a nap, so uh, I'm actually pretty well to go. But
Good night, Mister.
hey, Mister, you have a good night. I got a situation I want to run by. It's got nothing to do with what you're doing there.
That's fine. I'm all ears.
I told you my daughter and now her husband
Your son-in-law, yeah.
went down, and they originally were getting the permits, the wedding,
Mm-hmm.
certificates and all that stuff,
Right.
and ended up actually getting married at the Justice of the Peace.
Yeah. I mean, I did that with my wife too. Like we just went in, I filled out the marriage certificate, and then I think it was like a month later. It was the earliest schedule, but if they had an opening, they would have married us right then and there.
Yeah, so anyhow, about once a month I take everybody out to dinner just to keep up, you know.
Right.
And last night, there was a friend of my daughter's, an old high school friend that I've known for years. She joined us for dinner as well,
Okay.
and it was all good. One thing we don't talk about is politics around the dinner table.
Smart
because,
man.
Well, obviously, my daughter and now her husband have different
Right.
points of-
They got a different perspective. I got you.
Correct. So anyhow, we sit down at the table, me and my son, Lori, I'll just call her Lori, and my daughter and her now husband, which was a surprise to me.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Well, they were planning on going up into the mountains this week, and I'd gotten them a cabin up there, and
Mm-hmm. I remember you saying that.
they were going to take, the whole wedding photo kind of thing, whatever. So anyhow, we're sitting down and we're talking, we're catching up, and this Lori, she says, like, did you see what was going on in Minnesota? Oh, yeah. Mm.
Oh boy.
Had to light a cigarette there. Sorry about that.
No. I'm just saying, oh boy. Yeah.
Well, Lori, I've known for years. I mean, not close, not intimate, but I mean, she went to high school with my daughter.
Right.
So I'm like, honestly, I'm like, that's fucked up. They shot that motherfucker. Okay, hold up. Let me finish the story before you jump in. Tell me your point of view.
I'm not going to tell you my point of view.
I got my own. But before I could actually respond to Lori, who's right across from me, Mike is at the end of the table. He's like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this.
Good.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't say anything at the time, but I thought about it later. And I've had a couple drinks. Shocker. And in my mind, I'm like, we wasn't talking to you, Mike.
Oh shit.
If you just don't want to hear that conversation that Lori and I are having, that's fine. But you just sitting over there in the corner saying, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. I just dismissed it at the time. But thinking about it now, I'm kind of a little pissed about it.
Why? You sure it's not misplaced anger? Like you're more mad that they went and got married and you weren't there for it?
That's got nothing to do with it, trust me.
Okay. Listen, cover all bases.
I understand that point of view and valid, but it's got nothing to do with it.
Gotcha.
My whole point is, here's a young lady, Lori. Okay, she's not that young, but that I haven't seen in a while. We're having a conversation that she wants to talk about.
Right.
He's sitting at the table with us, which, by the way, I'm paying for dinner. I always pay for dinner. So we're having this conversation. He doesn't even know my point of view at this point.
That's fair.
And he's just saying, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. At the time, I just let it go. After thinking about it for a bit and drinking a bit, I'm kind of pissed about it.
Right.
Because I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because we weren't talking to him. He was sitting at the table. He could have very easily just said, hey, not a conversation I'd really like to listen to. Can we change it?
Gotcha.
Requestful. You know,
Yeah.
perfectly good.
Gotcha.
But he just said, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. So now, and this is probably a, I had to straighten my back out there for a bit. Maybe it's maybe I perceive this as a threat to my leadership of the family, let's say.
Okay.
Why should this boy dictate to me what I am and what I'm not allowed to talk about?
Yeah. So I see that opinion. I can see that. But you got to remember, you established the rules, Bob. Well, actually, I don't know if you established them or you collectively established them. We will not talk politics around the table. Now,
Well, this was not politics. This was a
right.
guy.
You're talking about the event itself.
Right. Yes.
I gotcha.
We didn't talk about the politics of it.
Right. Yeah, because like I said, everything kind of flows into each other, though, and maybe that's where he was going with it. And I'm not taking up for the guy because I don't know. I'm just saying maybe he was just like, look, we had an agreement. We're not going to, because he thought you were going to break into politics out of it. Because it's real easy to get into politics when you're talking about, you'll go from the shooting to should ICE be in Minnesota and why are they there? And then all of a sudden you're taking partisan sides. You see what I mean? It's real easy to jump from one to the other to the other. And then next thing you know, you're in a whole political debate.
Okay. Here's what I think I should have done.
Okay.
And you judge me as to.
Oh, I'm not here to
whether
judge
this
it.
would have gone.
I'll just tell you.
No, okay. Give me your opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
I probably should have, and I'm thinking about this now. Said, excuse me, I think you and I need to go have a conversation outside.
Oh, Jesus. You're going to bob him?
No, I was just going to tell him because basically what he did in my mindset
is cut your balls off.
Exactly right. And that's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that now because, like, if the dude that my daughter is... So the dude my daughter's engaged to, like, if
no,
he
they're
were
married now.
Well, yeah, I know, but mine's just engaged at this point. But if he tried to tell me what I was allowed to talk about in my house or not, my daughter would correct him and be like, "Oh, you don't tell him shit. You shut your hole, sir."
Because I thought about that.
But if I'm in my daughter's house, he has every right to tell me to shut the fuck up because I'm, that's his home.
Absolutely. Got that. And I agree with you, by the way.
Right. Like I'm a guest in their house at that point and I got to be respectful. But if you guys are all out mutual, okay, the conversation at the table, like I said, and again, I'm not taking up for anybody in this situation. I'm saying because I can see your point of view on it, but also seeing his point of view on it, maybe he thought it was going to devolve into politics because I don't know what the girls' politics are. You know what I mean?
I mean the girl.
Your daughter's friend.
Lori. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what her politics, right? Like maybe she's a hardcore Trump supporter or something like this. Maybe she's, you know what I mean?
By the way, he had never met Lori. This is his first time meeting her.
Oh, well, that's even more interesting because,
I've known her since she was like 16. They went to high school together.
Yeah, see, like at that point in time, when I meet somebody like that, certain things I won't ever bring politics in, but I can listen to what somebody says and within 5 minutes be like, oh, okay, you're on that side of the aisle, you're on this side of the aisle, and therefore we are not going to discuss shit to do with it, or I'm going to change the subject to something where it's not going to cause a fight, especially if I'm out having a nice meal.
So here's what I need the advice on, because in my mind I've got...
Don't beat the shit out of them.
Well, no. Well, maybe. I don't know. Might be a little, Anyhow, here's my two... Because at the time, it didn't upset me because I know how sensitive he is.
Oh.
But...
you just made him sound fragile.
You liked that word, didn't you?
I did, Bob. I actually did.
So at the time, I just let it go because that's, I don't want to cause any conflicts. You know me. You don't know me, but...
Well, no, I know enough of you. You're not, like, looking for a fight.
Exactly. Particularly not with my brand new son-in-law.
Right.
Yeah. But There's always a but. I don't want that to ever fucking happen again.
Yeah.
So either I have a conversation with him.
Which I would. I think you're right to have a conversation. Don't do it in a threatening manner. You can do it in an authoritative manner, right? Where you're
Define that.
look, it definitely made me feel some kind of, well, actually that's kind of more like a black person's way of saying it, believe it or not, but let's say it in a white person's kind of way where it won't offend. Hey man, the other night at dinner, you know, I wasn't going to get into politics. I was just going to give my opinion on a situation. Do me
It
a
wasn't
favor.
politics. It was the news of the day.
I hear you, Bob. I hear you. But, and that's what I'm saying. I wasn't going to go into politics. I was just going to give my opinion on an event that happened. But you cut me off before I could even get that out of my mouth. Right?
That's
This is what I would say to him, right? I found that disrespectful. Please let's not do that again, okay? And like at that point in time, it would be his reaction is where I would go with the conversation. Because if his reaction's like, oh, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, I just thought you were going into politics, you know, everything else, then that plays out one way. You know what I mean? If he's like, oh, well, I'll say whatever the fuck I want, well, then you got to smack him in the mouth. Right?
You're right.
But
You're right.
You know what I mean? If he's like, I didn't mean it, you know what I mean? I thought it was going to go into a political conversation. You know, we're on different sides of the aisle and it was going to devolve, you know, but I'm sorry I disrespected you or you felt disrespected. That's one thing, you know, like, well, don't do it because I felt disrespected. When you say that to him, I felt disrespected. We'll see if he apologizes, or if he pursues. So, okay, but I didn't want to talk about it, blah, blah. You know, I mean, he keeps pressing the issue because if you're right and he's like kind of fragile and like, you know, quote unquote, in touch with his feelings, that's the way I like to say it.
He is.
He'll immediately go to, I'm sorry, I disrespected you. I didn't mean it in that way, and explain himself a little bit.
Okay. The second part of this advice that I need.
Okay.
I think you're right with your approach of how I address him. Okay. I think you're correct with that. Now, because you know he's going to do it, how do I address my daughter about this issue?
Oh, about the getting married without you there?
No. How do I address my daughter about basically?
Well, did she cut you off or did he?
No. She didn't say a word.
Okay. Right. So what you're telling me with that is she knew better than to cut you off.
Well, yeah, she's my daughter.
Right. So, and that's where you can't be mad at her. You know what I mean?
I'm not. I just don't want her, because he's going to go back whining, crying to her.
Oh, so you're saying after you have the conversation with him and you can look at her and be like, you know me. And that's pretty much the only conversation you'll probably need to have is, you know me, you know, like, my daughter brought a guy home one time and I like, trust me, she avoided me like the fucking plague while they were dating. Would not introduce him. Finally introduced him to my son, my wife, but never to me. Kept him far from me. Right. My wife and my son could not stand this dude. They used to call him the eyebrow because he had a unibrow. And, you know, I kept hearing it from the wife, hearing it from the kid. Like, look, she's 19. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. You know, all that. You don't understand. You understand. So finally she introduced me to this guy, shook his hand, and it was like fucking shaking like a bowl of pudding. Right. Like it was just like, I'm like, you mushy little bitch. And like, I just looked at him and I looked at her and like, she's like, okay, we got to go now. And like, got him out of there fast because, like, one, I don't like guys that one are soft. If I'm being honest, you
Yeah.
know, to me, it's not even because I'm so oozing with machismo and all jacked and all this other stuff, but because when I grew up, you know, those were the guys that died first because they couldn't cut it. You can't make it around us. You're the guy who carries everybody's laundry and does it. You know, you're the guy who you're basically our bitch. And like, there's that part, but there was also a slimy kind of part to him too. You know what I mean? Like he was oily, is the best way I could describe him. Like, yeah, you're a weird dude. Something's not right here, and I could detect it right away. And my daughter just she knew right away. Like, oh shit. So, and I've told this story before, Bob. I don't know if you heard it before or not, but my wife and my son, both on my ass about it. I'm like, look, I don't like the guy either. I didn't get a good, you know, vibe off him. I don't like him. It's like, but she's a grown adult. I was like, if she starts fucking up and doing fucked up things, then I'll get involved. But until that point, you know, I'm going to let her live her life. She's an adult. She can do what she wants. It's not hurting. She's not doing drugs. She's not getting fucked up or anything. So, and, yeah, one night it's like 2 a.m. Where the fuck's my daughter at? She's not home yet. She's not out late like this, you know, like maybe midnight would be pushing it with her. It's like 2 a.m. Where the fuck? Then it's like 2:30 a.m. And my wife gets up and comes in to the back room where I'm at. And she's just like, you know, is she home yet? I said, no, but I'm going to handle it right now. She goes, oh shit. Yeah, go back to bed. She goes, have fun. She goes back to bed. I call my daughter. I'm like, where the fuck are you? And she knows I don't cuss at her. You're like, I don't cuss at the kids. I'm like, where the fuck are you? She's like, well, we went to this all night Walmart and, you know, Savannah or whatever. It's like half an hour from me. She's like,
all
you know,
Walmarts are all night, aren't they?
no, not all of them. But this one in Savannah has different stuff than the one we've got there and all this. And I'm just checking stuff out here and blah, blah, blah. It says 2:30 in the fucking morning. I'm going to tell you now, I'm done with this shit. Your mom don't like this scumbag. Your brother don't like this dude. I was like, and honestly, to me, he's a greasy bitch. I was like, so I'm going to hang up the phone and I'm going to go and grab a Gatorade bottle. I am going to fill it with piss. And you are going to be home within the next, and I knew it would be like half hour. So I was like, you'll be home in the next 35 minutes. If you're not walking through that door saying goodbye to this motherfucker and never talking to him again, I will go out there and greet you when you pull into the driveway. I will drag him through his driver's side window. I will beat the ever-loving shit out of him and then dump this bottle of piss on his head.
That's a little extreme there, Gam.
And then when the cops come and they put the cuffs on me and take me to jail and you're crying, your mom's got to bail me the fuck out again. Then for whooping somebody's ass, you know, you're gonna feel pretty damn terrible. 30 minutes later, 27 minutes later, my daughter walked through the door, said, "I'm sorry, I'll never let it happen again," and went to bed. And
I didn't realize you were such a violent man.
And then the next morning, she comes in, you know, like, because now it's like the next day or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, were you really going to drag him out and beat him and dump a bottle of piss on his head? I say, and I go,
Still
check it.
Bottle.
I open the fucking door to my little side bathroom. I go, look on the back of the toilet. I got to dump it. And yeah, it was the bottle. But yes, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not a violent man, though. But when it comes to my kids, my wife, my pets, people I love, nope, I'm a savage fucking beast.
I hear you. But so I'm just going back to my issue, and I'm not worried about my conversation with Mike.
Gotcha.
That one I'm pretty sure how that's going to go. But I am worried about the follow-up with my daughter.
Gotcha. Now, I mean, are you worried because she's going to be upset with you? Are you worried she's going to blast you or what? Like, what are you worried about with the conversation? Like, she's going to.
I'm worried she's going to. She's a lot like me, okay?
Right. You've said that before.
And in my past, if somebody has wronged me, then I just cut off all communications, period. And
I got
mean,
you.
all. And I'm worried that she would go down that path if I had this conversation.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know her well enough to say yes, definitely, or no, definitely, you know? I'm just saying, do you really think over a conversation you're not threatening the guy? You know what I mean? It's not like, look, you piece of shit, I'm kicking the fuck out of you, blah, blah, you know what I mean? You're having a gentleman's conversation with him. And like, if your daughter knows you as well as you say she does, which she does, right? Because you say so, then she knows that you went about it in a gentle way. So why would she get that mad at you? Now, if you do it after you got a couple beers in you and you put them steel toes on, that might be a different story.
No, I wouldn't do that. Allegedly. Last question.
Yeah, man.
This particular issue could go several ways. And should I just let it go?
Okay, so and that's going to my chat on my screen where I could read it froze, but Beans just said something like that. Her advice, right? Now that I can bring it back up.
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
Yeah. Bean says she would make a mountain out of a molehill. If it happens again, I would calmly say something as it's happening and make my point there. Also, nobody is ever going to be good enough for our kids. I understand it's hard to let them go and make their choices. Yeah, but I don't. So Bob's all right with this dude marrying his daughter. He has been for months. I agree with your point there, right? Like I said, the guy she's with now, I don't get creep vibes from him. Like I'm all right with the guy she's with now. Of course, I want better for my daughter, right? But at the same point in time, she's happy. He makes her happy, and he's sticking with her. So, and it's her life. I'm not married to the guy. You know, she's got to deal with that. That's her shit to deal with. But if he raised a hand to her, I'd kill her. Like this other dude was oily to a point where he seemed like that guy that if she got mouthy with him, he might smack her. You know, that kind of thing.
No. That's just death.
Well, right. Well, and that's where I was at with it. I was like, he's kind of that soft dude that, you know what I mean? Couldn't beat anybody else up, so he went out and tortured small animals. That's the kind of guy he struck me as. And that's why I was so defensive over it after my wife. But even then I let her live her life up until she started to fuck up. Then I got to step in and correct things. And just tell her, hey, look, you're fucking up. And to be honest with you, she's 19 years old. She could have told me to go fuck myself. She didn't. She came in and respectful as the day is long because the whole relationship I have with my daughter is that she knows I'm only going to do what's in her best interest and look out for her and protect her. Like we have that agreement between us where she knows I'm not going to let anything happen to her negative. You know what I mean? If anybody tries to hurt her, like God save them. Like you better hide them someplace where you've got 24-hour surveillance and you got sniper nests set up and all that kind of, because I'm going to find a way to get you.
Well, I'm actually glad that Bean stuck around because I read what she said. And
yeah, she's right. I mean, she's right too. But I also know you, Bob, and like I also I get that feeling, that male,
I'll
your maleness, where it kicks in, and you're just like, you
actually
son of,
very gay. You don't know that.
yeah, I do. Well, that's true. You were in the Navy.
Fuck you.
No, seriously,
I got it.
you're an old sea dog, and I get it. Like I also know the way you talk and everything else, and the conversations we've had, where there's certain things, especially as you're getting older, that when a young buck says something to you, sometimes it's like, yeah, you challenge the silverback gorilla, the leader of the tribe, and you need to get your ass smacked around,
You mean
you
like
know. But I don't think
walk
this is one of those
around, old
occasions.
man?
Exactly.
Anyhow, I kind of wanted because it's something just grates on you, it bothers you.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it seems like it, but Beans might be right. Maybe, and I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like your son-in-law is challenging your position just because he married your daughter or something.
No, he
It
wasn't.
seems like he just didn't even think about what he was saying, or didn't mean it in that way, from my point of view. Like he might have
Yeah,
just meant it like, hey, this is gonna blow up into, oh you libtards, oh you fucking Trump supporter kind of deal, and just wanted to avoid the whole argument at dinner because he just wanted to have a nice meal with his family and that kind of thing,
that's a good point.
you know. Because that's me and my dad. Like my dad's got the exact opposite opinion on politics that I do for the most part. But then again, he doesn't realize that we have certain things in common and other things not. Like, for example, I'll give you this example. My dad still thinks Dr. Fauci did the right thing during COVID. He
That
thinks,
motherfucker. That. Mm,
oh, I'll do you one even worse. My dad, master's degree in genetic science and is a biologist.
God,
So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. And then I actually got him to read RFK's book, The Real Dr. Fauci, and he came back on me and was just like, sounds like you just had an axe to grind with Fauci. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, you need to read this shit again. like what do you mean it sounds like you just had a like have you lost your fucking marbles, old man? Like you're one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life, and for some reason you're just dumb when it comes to this. But legitimately, I think a lot of it is TDS, that kind of thing. Where
what are they going to do? I get TDS, and it's a real thing. Okay, heaven. Hopefully, I make it another 5 years or 10 years.
yeah, you will. You'll do it easy. Well, not easy, but at least the beer will help.
Well, what's going to happen after Trump's gone? He's not going to be here forever.
Well, then you got somebody worse than Trump.
Who? In their mind.
Okay, anybody. The next one will be worse than Trump, no matter who it is. So I want you to remember this. Remember, it was 2020, the 2024 election, this past election cycle, right? Remember DeSantis threw his hat in the ring and was going to run? Do you remember what they were saying about DeSantis? He's like Trump on steroids. He's like Trump on steroids. Everybody, because DeSantis started to look like the front runner and Donald Trump it didn't announce he's running yet. So it's always going to get hyperbolically worse, no matter who it is, because the whole thing is to, just my opinion, to control who you need to be against. It goes to that thing. Just because you're not for something doesn't mean you're completely against it either, right? But in order, when it comes to an election, vote blue no matter who, right? So you have to make the opposite side look as evil as they are, even if they're not that evil. Like, it's pretty much how you got Donald Trump to begin with, is because people are like, yeah, a lot of this stuff's just bullshit and I'm sick of it. Like I said, I've been keeping my mouth shut when it comes to politics lately because I don't want to black pill everybody. I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube for some of the commentary I have.
Well, I thought I was the one who's going to get you kicked off YouTube.
Oh, no. No, as a matter of fact, I didn't even get any pushback on that, but I got like 35 copyrights last time when I reviewed all those movie trailers.
I heard about
I mean, like, Bob, I'm not even joking. Like the amount of copyrights I got hit with, but none of them were like, and you know, this isn't a copyright claim on your channel, like every last one of them, but you're in violation of copyright here, here, and here, which means that stream, if I got monetized, couldn't be monetized, but nobody copyright claimed me.
Yeah, YouTube's a weird thing.
YouTube serves whatever master is in control of the machine at the time. And right now it's the red team that's in control, and eventually it'll be the blue team again, and then we'll see what happens then. And it'll be like, oh, you remember when you had Bob on and he dropped the F slur like 5 times? Yeah, your channel's gone, right? And I'll just be like, oh, okay, well then I got my Sundays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays free again.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry about that.
I ain't worried about it. There's a reason I didn't edit it out. I'm at that point of no fucks given. So not like I'm going to make a habit out of it, but you know, at the same point in time, I'm kind of to that point where I talk all this shit about freedom of speech, all that other stuff. And there's guys that, so you're telling me if I got banned, okay, well, how come you haven't banned Tucker Carlson? He's got a much bigger platform, much more followers than me. And he said that word, probably, I think, 6 or 8 times on Piers Morgan when they did the interview together. So, you know, if you're going to come at me because I'm small potatoes, then you can go fuck yourself. Like, I'm not playing that game either.
I don't mind his points of view, but I just freaking hate his laugh.
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent impression too. My big thing with Tucker, that I like some of his takes and all that kind of stuff, but then there's other stuff that he'll say where it pisses me off. And I'm just like, bro, what are you doing here? Like, hey, you know, not all the Muslim culture going into the West is bad. Like, bro, you were just over in England. Take a look around. Like, they're fucking wrecking the place and they're letting it happen. Like, I don't want that shit happening in America. And it has nothing to do with, I've said this before, it's not all of them. I've got Muslim friends that are cool as shit and they have American ideals and everything else. But when you're taking somebody in from a war-torn country and they focus on nothing but Sharia law, and it's like, yeah, women, if they show themselves, need to be stoned, and then they'll actually go out there and stone women or assault them. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I'm not down for that. That could be my daughter. That could be my wife. That could be my sister, my niece. Like, I'm going to have to, you know, like, I'm going to be in jail.
Well, trust me, I've been to Somalia and some other places, and you don't want to go there.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't like the way they treat women.
I don't either. I don't either at all. Might have gotten into some trouble in the past about that thing, but that's for another day. But anyhow, I appreciate you taking my call, and I'm sorry I'm just kind of rambling, but this bothered me to the point that I didn't think that it would.
Nah, it's fine, Bob. Sometimes you get stuff like that. And I mean, I'm happy to help. I know Beans is happy to offer advice too. I don't want to see you ruin a relationship with family if it's really not that big a fucking deal, you know? Like, if it's something where you felt so morally disrespected that you're like, yo, I was about to beat this dude's ass, then you know what I mean? That might be a different conversation. But if it was just like, it could just be a misunderstanding, something like this, you know, maybe Beans' advice is best. Just let it go. And if it starts to happen again, or it seems like it's happening on a consistent basis, then
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
yeah, you know, voice yourself. Don't just hold that in.
I think I'll take Bean's advice on this and just let it go.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's like I said,
this is,
I get it. Trust me,
Let-
I 1000% get it.
let's just say that his stock in my eyes gone down a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. I trust me, I understand. My wife's like that. Like, she looks at somebody and says, you know, like, my wife has this thing, and it's old Native American thing. I see you no
Careful
more.
there, I'm Native American.
So is she. I see you no more. I hunt with you no more. I know you no more. You're no longer part of my tribe. And when she says that, she basically abjures you, right? When
That's
she
correct.
says that, it's over. Like, there's no, like, you'll be talking about the person. Like, this, it's a long story, but, you know, you'll sit there and you'll have a conversation, be like, oh, yeah, by the way, I heard from, you know, like, Jim last week. And, like, who's Jim? I don't know any Jim. Are you talking about this Jim? No. This Jim. I don't know who that person is. Like, they're dead to her. And, like, it doesn't go away.
You know, it's weird, and some people get this and some people don't. Maybe it's genetics, I don't know. But there is that gene that when you tend to cross somebody like me and sound like somebody like your wife, it never goes away, and they never forget.
Right.
And they will cut you right out of their life forever and never look back.
Right. And that's my wife. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's, you cross her, like, God save you, because that's about the only thing that's going to.
And that's why I'm afraid.
Well, that's why I married her. She's,
Well,
you know, she's got my back like that too. So
yeah, but that's why I'm afraid to and my daughter has the same genes that basically my daughter is me, only she's a woman. She's exactly like me. So I'm afraid to cross that line because I know she has the ability
to just shut you off.
forever. Because I have that ability.
Yeah, see, like, this is where I'm kind of an asshole like this, and my one daughter got this too. Where you may hate me for the rest of your life, but I'm still gonna do what I'm gonna do if it comes down to your safety, or, you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
But the kids, my kids understand that about me too. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's like, yeah, I don't ever want to see that motherfucker again. But you know what? He made sure I wasn't getting fucked up. Like, he was saving me.
Yep. Well,
even if I didn't recognize it at the time.
I think I will take Bean's advice on this one.
It's probably smart.
Just let it go. However, I hope it never happens again.
Yeah, me too. Because, yeah, I don't think it would work out too nice.
I'm sorry to bother you, sir.
Why are you saying you're sorry to bother me?
Well, calling you with what are you, my therapist?
Nah, I'm, you know, technically I'm kind of your friend.
Yeah, and I've never met you.
Nope, you don't have to either. I mean, you don't have to meet people in real life to be, you know, cool with them. I've never met Smurf. I'm cool with him. He may be fragile at times and all that, but he's still my brother.
Anyhow, I'll let you go, and I'm going to have one more beer, and I think I'm going to hit the hay.
Sounds good. Get some rest, Bob.
All right,
Appreciate
so
you.
you do.
Good night, brother. That was nice. Haven't heard Bob in a minute. Well, good to talk to him, and hopefully that situation all works out. I think that is smart play right there. Just let it go. But I also get it. I understand the insult to, for example, like my father-in-law. I would never insult or disrespect that man because he's still that silverback gorilla, and he's still got one good one left in him, and he's like that one guy that I wouldn't want to get into it with. It would hurt a lot. It doesn't matter if I put up my best fight or all that kind of stuff and how tough I think I am. That man is a Vietnam vet, and yeah, he's definitely been through some shit. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to fight him ever. But I never give him a reason why it would come down to a fight between he and I either, because I understand that. And same thing for my daughter gets married to this dude. If he ever gets smart with me, I'll twist him into a pretzel knot. I get it. It's just something that comes down the generational pipe. But that goes into one of those things that you learn early on not to disrespect your elders because they've been through shit that you've never even thought about going through. And that happens. Checking out this, I think if I got this black gunmetal, kind of has that sparkle to it. So that when you turn Sinestro in the light, should get a nice little shine off of the black parts of his outfit because I don't want to just leave it plain black. I think it looks shitty. Maybe I'll leave this inlay to plain black. But I'm going to do it like a transition over. Also, I'm going to paint his dick with this dark gunmetal too. Because this way he's got an iron cuff in case Hal Jordan decides to kick him. Or he pisses Bob off. One of the two. You still out there being creative and painting, Melissa? Having fun? I'm just happy, like, I do have people like Bob calling in, Beans in chat and everything else, having conversation. Melissa, I'm happy you're here too, because I know you're sitting in the background and you're like, oh, well, Gam's talking shit and painting, might as well paint along with him. It's always good. Always be creative. It's like a new catchphrase. I don't want to go into these pants. Let's see. We are going to layer out this. It's a dark gunmetal. Like a black gunmetal on the crosshatch, which it looks silver there, but when you turn it, it doesn't. So that works. wouldn't even know this stuff's here without this gunmetal on it. Yeah, I mean, good people all in my chat. Watch the stream. Everybody's super kind. And I'm happy that I can even talk to Bob and just hear him out and hear what's going on with him. Because, you know, for all I know, like maybe he just goes ahead because he was pissed off and it works out to a disaster, and we don't want that. I don't want Bob and his daughter to be estranged. Fucking awful. At the same point in time, I don't hold all the answers. So I can offer him advice, and if he tells me to go fuck myself, well, he's allowed to do that too, you know. That's up to him to decide. But I do think Beans knocked the advice out of the park on that one. I always get a kick out of it though, because Bob always says the same thing. He's like, "Gam, you got a mean streak. Gam, you're kind of violent." Well, yeah, dude. I've always been that way. Just because I'm like pleasant, happy, content, and all that. I've also told you guys, you know, I'm kind of like that fire axe that you have behind glass and you break in case of emergency. But yeah, it definitely helps. You're right, Melissa. With you know, like you're chilling and bullshitting, and you got somebody else who's working on a project too. You know, it sometimes you don't feel like doing the project. Like, I don't feel like painting right tonight. You know, this kind of thing. For me, that's part of the stream. Is like it makes me get on here and be creative and paint. And I'm actually the more I'm looking at my parallax on the base, I'm actually happy with it now. I'm actually happy with the way the lantern looks too. So let's start getting this guy at least partially done, because Sinestro's face, no joke. One, I've got to find the right color scheme for it because he's got an odd coloring to his face. And the other part of Sinestro is that I want that face to look perfect. Like I said, this one, some of these I paint for other people, all that kind of stuff. Some I paint for me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that looks good and all that. When it comes to Sinestro, he's definitely up there. Like there's Joker's probably my top villain. Sinestro is right there with him because he's cunning, he's strong, he's smart. He like he's a fucking awesome foil for a hero. He did a good villain to find your hero, and he really is. He really is like one of the better villains in my opinion. Like if you go through his entire Jeff Johns story arc, he's a Sinestro is that one guy that I wouldn't want to match in a battle of strategies, wits, wills, or you know even fears, especially fears. Because this guy, if you can control parallax, you can bring an entity of an emotional spectrum to will to your bend them to your will. That's beyond impressive. You are a badass at that point in time. Oh, I mean, and hopefully he looks good on camera too, like he's coming out okay. Do I really want to go up around his butt cheeks with this? may remove that. I've got silver on the other side. I might, or well, dark gunmetal. I may take that off and just make it a black. A satin black on there. Let's see something. I need to look at his fucking boots. Okay, so he's got dark metal here. Nothing around the back in the boots. Boots and boots and boots and boots and. So it's, yeah, Sinestro is the one that I do not want to fight. Actually, Atrocitus is like that too. I like Atrocitus only because he took a pet cat. Like it's always been my big thing is like Atrocitus and his cat, Dexstar, which they've nobody ever does a model for Dexstar. I don't know why. You know, you get 1,000 cryptos, you'll get Ace the Bat Hound, but nobody ever does Dexstar. It's like, damn, out of all the pets. I guess because he's considered a villain's pet, but he has a good reason for being pissed off. Like, evil people did evil things to his owner. That was the only person to show him any kind of kindness. And that, only problem with this dark gunmetal, unless I'm twisting it towards the light where you can actually see it, it fades into the black like that, and you can't see it until you bring it up, and then you can see it. Yeah, I think, because unless I'm going to go with that dark gunmetal around his ass, I think I'm going to redo that. Then I got to go around his butt cheeks and everything. I don't think I want to go there with this. All right, let me look. I am going to gunmetal out the knee pads, though, I think, too. Go gunmetal out the knee pads. Which ones are you working on, Melissa? Which prints? Like, are you printing those yourself? Or are you buying like workshop minis? Because if you're printing them yourself, let me know, and I'll. There's a couple of different creators that do nothing but D&D stuff that do it for free, and I definitely will post links to them in Discord, because he got some really phenomenal dudes. There's one guy, he's even got his own Patreon. And he's like, yeah, you know, all the models are still free. It's just like, if you feel like donating $1 or something, it's like, I've thrown the guy $1 before, because he's always giving away his work for free. It just feels like the right thing to do. Because he does some pretty decent models that nobody else does. But he covered like pretty much the entirety of the Monstrous Compendium from Advanced D&D. Second edition. Yeah, I'm curious. Like I said, I've got that new 3D printer coming, and I'm going to use it mainly for the bases of the model, because that's where I've been running into a problem. My printer's too small to print out the full base, or the material cost is way too much if I print out the full base for some of these statues. Fun fact, if I had this printer when I did Galactus would have been 3 feet tall. Just saying, 2.5 feet, 3 foot tall. It'd have been huge. Cool. So they are workshop minis. Yeah, workshop minis are. There's nothing wrong with them. I mean, that's pretty much what the 3D prints are. The workshop minis, right? The thing is, so 3D printing is an art in unto itself. And I always warn people of this. If you're going the resin route, like you can go the FDM route, which is the route I'm going now, right? But like the resin, like what I'm doing with this, it's expensive to an extent. Like when you're first getting into it, but if you're doing big models like I'm doing, that's when it gets expensive. If you're just doing minis, it's not terrible, right? But you have to make sure you put it somewhere where the machine's going to be stable, the temperature is going to be pretty well regulated, and you need ventilation. Ventilation. So if you've got like a garage, is a good spot a lot of times for them. People do it there because the fumes that's going to come off the resin from the printing and everything else, you got to wear a mask when you're dealing with it. Like just flat out simple, wear a mask. Don't be stupid about it. Little things like this, like it'll beat you up. It'll tear up your lungs. And coming from somebody who, as everybody can tell, is a pretty big time smoker, that's saying something. Like it hurts my lungs. So I try to keep it well ventilated, all that kind of stuff. If you got pets, you got to keep the pets away from it too. Now, the FDM, no fumes, nothing like this. You're not going to get the definition out of a print that you're going to get in a resin print, though. It's going to come close, but it's not going to be as precise or as perfect. It's not going to look as good, which is why I plan on using the FDM for my prints or for the bases, because I don't really care about the base as much. Like this one I do with parallax, because it's actually, it's actually like a big part of the statue is the parallax. But normally I wouldn't give a shit about the base. I usually cut them down in size and everything else. Yeah, I mean, so the good thing is, man, the resin printing, right? The undertaking isn't bad. It's basically like do's and don'ts. With the setups they got now, like I recommend Elegoo, but that's just my preference. You got people that'll recommend all kinds of different stuff to you, but with the resin printing, it's kind of set up, and usually they got auto level to the bed. If you're going with anything from a Mars to a Saturn, which is the printers from Elegoo, they're pretty level. They're pretty good at leveling themselves. With the FDM, I've got to do a whole leveling thing to it. Like I've got to do this whole thing where I level the printer. Then I've got to make sure that the bed actually heats to a certain point and it's distributing across just right, and then making adjustments on my height to it and all this other kind of stuff. Like I've been watching all kinds of videos before the printer even gets here to see what I'm in for. And it's going to be like a whole pain in the ass to set up, to get going and all that. But once it's set, everybody says the same thing. Like once it's set, you're good. Where resin printing, like I legit just plugged in the printer, put my resin in, made sure everything looked good, ran off test prints, rock and roll. So but like you said, if you're sensitive to like chemical smells and stuff, it can get rough. The other thing I also highly recommend, and this is just me. I recommend getting the water washable resin. If you do get into resin printing, it is, I think it's like $3 more a bottle for the water washable kind. But the thing is, because you need a curing and cleaning station. If you get the water washable, you can use tap water in it and just wash your prints that way, get off the excess resin. If you get regular resin, you need to fill that up with isopropyl alcohol to clean your prints. And that's a whole nother fume and poison you're adding to the mix. Also, I messaged them, so I haven't put a link up, and I won't until I get a message back from them. But eventually, I will put the link to Berserk and Wicked's Patreons in my descriptions because I highly recommend both of those guys as far as like 3D prints, as well as SW3D, who does nothing but Star Wars. They're phenomenal. I've had zero issue with any of their prints. You know, they're always big and bold. Like every print you guys have seen me do lately has been either or. And if I was more into Star Wars, like my buddy Guido is still alive, who's a huge Star Wars nerd, I'd probably have the other one too, because I'd be doing prints for him. But que sera, sera. Little silver. I don't need to go crazy here. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely, I do love my 3D printing. I'm happy I got it. I'm happy I invested in an airbrush when I did and started to learn how to use it. I'm still not good with the airbrush, but happy I have it. I can get interesting coats on. Learning the 3D printer, it was definitely like a brain exercise. And as it got dialed in and I got better with it, it got better. And shout out to the younger guys that are out there, the younger kids that watch. I'm sorry I call you kids. I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm an old ass man, so everybody's pretty much a kid to me at this point. And just about, except for Mr. Bob, he's old school. But keep being creative, kids. Put down the goddamn video game controller. Turn off the TikTok. Pick up a bottle of paint and make something. Be creative. Always be creative, guys. Oh, God. If you're a huge Star Wars nerd and you do start, like, getting into 3D printing and all that kind of stuff, let me know. I'm going to tell you what. So, the models this month the dude's doing, he's doing Mara Jade, who's from the extended universe. He is doing Darth Vader battle damage and like 3 different heads that you can put on this thing, where it's like Anakin's face, but all charred up, the Vader helmet all smashed up and stuff like that. He's doing like all kinds of cool, really, really cool shit. And as a matter of fact, eventually I will be printing and painting a Star Wars statue of Darth Revan, if you know who he is, for Rogue of the Leaf, because he's a huge Star Wars nerd. Like, but this guy's models, he gives them away free every now and again. They all do. If you're on their Facebook, and one of the models is a Wampa, so I got to do that. That one will be a cool one. He's like got a leg in his hand. He's eating a person. Yeah, Marjade was awesome. Well, it's new people to follow, but all he's doing is he's providing the print. It's not painted or anything else. He'll show you the render he's working from and all that kind of stuff. Um, it's really up to the artist to put the paint on it. And sometimes they have guys that are like pretty much pros, like don't screw around like me, that actually are amazing with their art. Like, and they'll do the statue for him or what have you. But all those guys, SW 3D print, it's Wicked and Berserk are all amazing artists with their sculpts. It's the same way like this Sinestro was black, or well, it came out gray, and I'm putting the paint on it and adjusting tone and deciding what I want to highlight, and do I want to do this with it? Do I want to do that with it? Like somebody else might paint that lantern where it's got a white symbol to it, or maybe they do it all in yellows or whatever. There's no wrong way to paint these things. It's what your eye says. It's what you want to do with it. There's only one model when I get them and I do them, I have to be super careful with, and that's when I get Henry Cavill Superman, because if I do it wrong, there is a short Bosnian person who said they would come to my house and kill me in my sleep. So I've got to knock that one out of the park. They said allegedly afterwards, but you never know. It might be serious. Standing there. Okay, so I do have to make sure those are perfect. Yeah, can't fuck around when it comes to Henry Cavill Superman. It's a good way to get yourself killed. And then again, like I've got too much respect for Henry Cavill. If I actually did a painting of him, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna tag him in it and send it to him too. See if I get any like feedback. I won't get anything, but be cool to do just the same. All right, now for the problematic part, I guess. All this looks okay. Like I said, this is black gunmetal, so when I tilt, notice how this is silver, it still stays silver. The gunmetal changes depending on your light source. The rough part. I may save this. I may think about this. Do I want to go gold? Do I want to go with a gold tint on here? Because his boots. Those boots, you know what? I gotta go gold with it. I think I have to actually go gold. Oh yeah, I'm not done with gunmetal yet. What about these inlays? I think I need to. I think I'm gonna go gold with his outfit because going yellow with it, it's gonna blend in with parallax and the lantern, and I want them to pop different. Yeah, fucking up Henry Cavill Superman. All I'd hear is, I I have a very certain set of skills. I will find you, and I will kill you. Give you the fear. But yeah, I mean, just that I kind of I was debating because I always debate. Do I change up the schedule? Do I change up the schedule? Do I change up the schedule? Do I change it? Do I do this? Do I do that? And, of course, one was, you need to start keeping the schedule the same, right? The other part of it, what's cool about Sundays is it's a relaxing day. It's a good day to paint. I mean, actually, every day is a good day to paint, but Sundays in particular, everybody seems to be more relaxed, more chill. Yeah, you got to prep for Monday, going to work and all that stuff. Some people work at tuna factories. Some people work all kinds of jobs. And you just need to relax and chill with something. Well, I might as well be something to chill with. All right. That is all going to stay the same, I think. Yeah, because those in there. Okay, good. All right, let's before I go into the gold, I'm going to go into the black. But yeah, I've kind of gotten to that point when it comes to the channel where not that I don't care about subs and all that stuff, I do, but I'm not putting as much emphasis. Geez, if I could actually speak, emphasis on, oh well, I'm losing a sub here, I'm losing a sub there, I'm gaining a sub here, sub there, and getting upset about it. Like, I've come to that conclusion where it's just like, what'll be will be. I'm just going to keep doing content that people seem to like. Really getting in there with this black too, guys. Gotta give them that sexiness. Thought about maybe mixing in a little silver, trying to get it to sparkle a bit, and then just realize, like, nah, just get in there with the black, really hammer it in, give it more of a satin kind of appeal to it. gloss. Black probably would have been smarter than the matte, but the big part is going to be that face. Dear Lord, I can't fuck that up. And of course, they can't make Sinestro like an obvious color. Like he can't be like Thanos. He's got to be like this odd pinkish purple looking thing. Like I showed off the comics earlier. I mean, look at the skin tone on Sinestro. Like it's this odd. Well, actually, not that one. That one's just a cool cover. But his face is just this odd pink mess. It's like almost fuchsia, I think it's called. I think that's what color that is. I might have to look through my my paint box and find the matching color. Not fun. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Sitting here painting, not talking. Hopefully, nobody feels ignored. I definitely want to see your beholder when it's done too. You're putting pretty interesting paint job on it, from what I saw, Melissa. That's a cool one. Beyonder's always fun. My favorite out of D&D, though, out of every monster, is the Githyanki. The entire backstory to him, the mind flayers enslaved the Githyanki's and fed on them, on the people, and gave them psionic powers and all that until they had a revolution. They revolted, started killing off the mind flayers. And then they exist only in the astral plane. And they have a silver sword where if they roll a 20 on a natural 20 on a 20-sided dice, and somebody's on the astral plane, they'll cut the silver cord. Basically, it's like death sentence instant. If they're fighting a player in the normal world and they roll a 20, they decapitate them instantly. But they also hunt in packs. If you find one of their silver swords and keep it, they'll hunt you down. They are badass. And if you kill one or two of them, and they'll send out a search party for you. They are the definition of fuck around and find out D&D monsters. still weird to me. This is the first one I think I've done where the base got done before the actual figure. Lure dump on the Get the Yankee? I can try. So they came out Advanced D&D. Well, actually, I think they might have been the first. It had to be the first edition. But the book is called The Fiend Folio, and that's what they were featured on the cover of. They expanded the lore as time went. But if I remember correctly, they were just kind of like a peaceful race in the Outer Planes. And the reason why they're called Githa Yankees is because there was one of them, one of the race, that refused to bow to the Mind Flayers and led the revolution against the Mind Flayers. And they were, and their name was Gith, Gith. And then they, like I said, they basically conquered their slave masters and led like a huge revolt and just fucked the Mind Flayers up. Like the Mind Flayers, when they preyed on them, they had like the Githyanki already had minor psionics, but from being fed on for generations and everything else and having to fight against the Mind Flayers, they develop like super psionics. So it's a good chance that they'll psionic blast somebody in the middle of combat, for example, and just tear them down. And then so it's one of our favorite things to do whenever one of us was DMing. For those that don't know, that aren't nerd enough, DMing is dungeon mastering. And what you would do is you'd be in the forest and you'd find this beautiful shimmering sword next to this skeleton of something that looks kind of like a monkey, but human size. You take the sword, and there's always one person who's a new player who'd never played with us that would always be like, oh yeah, I take that sword, absolutely. It's razor sharp, it's like damn near indestructible, all this kind of stuff. And then you'd have your encounter or whatever. You'd be like, oh, you're fighting these hobgoblins and you're taking people out with this sword and everything else. And then out of nowhere, it'd be like roll surprise. You'd roll for surprise and you have major negatives. All of a sudden, all like 5 Get the Yankee, you DM throws for how many show up. But a hunting party of Get the Yankee just appear. And you notice they have the same type of sword and all this other stuff. And they're just like, they jump you. And I'm going to say more than half the time, the player ends up dying. More than half. Sometimes they'll throw the sword away and run if they're smart or, that kind of thing. But some people are like, oh, I'm fighting these things. I got this sword. And they'll swing and just get torn apart between the psionics and the sword play. You always play a monk named Keith. Yeah, I see, like, I don't play the more modern editions. We tried 3.5 at one point. It was terrible. And then 5th edition, I didn't play it. My buddy Bubba that was in here earlier and my other buddy Rich, they got all the books and all that, and they decided they were going to play that. And yeah, no. They were like, they're like, it's terrible. You're like a superhero in it. And they pretty much, for the most part, hated it. Absolutely hated it. They're like, it's too much like you're a superhero. They're like, they balanced it a little bit and all this other stuff, but the way we played was so relaxed and free, I guess, is the best way of saying it. that it was like I don't like this. Like second edition to me is still like the perfect edition, but that's just my preference, you know. Everybody's got a preference on it. Damn. I just realized. Also, Vallejo has new metallic paints coming out. I think it's like $400 for the case of them for all the different metallics, but they've got every color of the damn rainbow, so that's kind of cool. I didn't realize. Forgot all about his arms and his hands. I'm going to have to paint his hands the same color I do his face, too. It's going to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to have to do one shot paint all at the same time, otherwise, or else I'm going to screw it up. The color mix was off on Galactus by just a hair, and I ended up having to redo his whole helmet. So make sure I've got enough paint the first time out. No screw ups. Swallow your soul. Swallow your soul. I wonder. Let's see. Yeah, that hand goes back there like that. I think that is also. I'm gonna have to look. Where's this other arm? Oh, there you go, Mr. Anger Management himself. Got them Vulcan ears. Hardest part on him probably is going to be getting the eyebrows in, not screwing them up, and also his mustache. Got that wee little mustache. Hair should be easy. Hair is just basically like a straight black. Painting out that skin and then getting into the mustache is going to be a pain in the ass. And the eyebrows, because it looks like the one eyebrow isn't real defined. We'll see. I really thought there was more to his costume than there actually is. That's why I'm kind of adding a little bit of color in here because I don't want to just leave it black. Even though that's what the comic books and every image I'm finding calls for. Just it's black and yellow. It's like, I don't know about that. All right. See, he's got that. Doesn't make sense to me. Why does he have a cuff on one side and not the other? Weird. Brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might fear my power, Green Lantern's light. Doing a Green Lantern would be interesting too, because I actually have clear green resin. So I'd be able to like I want to do Saint Walker as well. I'm gonna have to do that for my son. I'm gonna have to knock out a couple prints for my wife soon here too, because anniversaries, birthdays, all that kind of shit coming up. So that's all she ever asked me for is these prints. Shit. This arm has it, but I don't know that I saw it on the other arm. He's got actual meshing here too. It's got to get painted. Let me look at the other arm. Yeah, he does right here. So he's got some kind of armband on, apparently. So good to know, because I'm going to have to go back and hit that shit again. Back into the metallic. All right, let's see what I got here. All those little buttons on the gauntlet are going to be a pain in the ass, too. Shit. Yeah, I think one more run, we should be able to put Sinestro to bed. So probably Thursday will be the end of Sinestro. Definitely getting close. Definitely getting close to the end of Sinestro. But I definitely, I'm also not going to rush this. Because I got the outfit to paint and all that. But then I got stuff like, and I got white overspray on the damn hands. But I've got like the cuffs in here. I got the hands, the head, the suit itself. Going to be interesting. Definitely going to be interesting, to say the least. Move this shit over here. Clear out my brush a little bit. See if I can't pull more of that. I got too much paint in there. Not even worried about this part. I got to figure out what I'm going to do with that. Like his arms are basically hidden anyway, so I shouldn't really be worried about this, but I am for some reason. Like I said, I just want him to look sexy from every angle, so to speak. There we go. Thanks for everyone else. Smash that like button. I appreciate the hell out of you. That was nice of you. Our little drummer boy show up. Is Six in the house? Being quiet and sneaky out there. Haven't seen Six tonight either. All right, that's looking good. Really want to smooth that out in there. I'm going to split in between that print. Oy vey. All right. I'm going to test phase real quick. I just want to see how this looks. Famous last fucking words. I just want to see how it looks. Destroy the whole model. Like, oops. Let's see if I do want to go in here with gold, or do I want to go in there with gold's pretty nice looking. Gold's got some sex appeal. Try and brush it on, keep it light. Thinking gold is the way to go. Just have to be careful because the metallic, you can goop it up. If you're not careful, you got to make sure you run it nice and thin. Really feather the hell out of it when you're brushing. Otherwise, you'll leave brush strokes all through the model. Yeah, gold is definitely looking like maybe the way to go. How did I get on that? Son of a bastard. Just want to see if this boot looks good. Attach those legs. I'm going to stick with the gold for the chest too. Looks like shit. Well, and I will just do this whole thing back to black, paint the knee pad real quick, and go to yellows next time. So far, so good. How does that look anyway? That doesn't look bad, although it kind of reminds me of Black Adam. I don't know if I like that idea. Well, what did you miss? Well, we went over time travel movies for a little while. Then Mr. jumped in. We were talking weather and then where coffee beans come from. And Beans had to, assert her knowledge on, go figure, a person named Beans would know all about coffee beans, right? Um, but then we went from there. Bob called in. He had a minor personal dilemma and he wanted some advice on. And I gave him advice. Beans gave him advice. And then it's just been basically me running my gums about painting. The usual. Talking about D&D shit. A little bit of D&D shit. Nothing like heavy crazy. Usual. Actually surprised you're back, Eugene. I figured you'd be asleep. You usually rack out right around this time. Yeah, Beans won the whole time travel thing because she said her favorite movie of all time involving time travel was Hot Tub Time Machine. And since we had all completely forgot about it, it won the internet for the night. I think we went through. You know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think we listed off Hot Tub Time Machine. Listed, I listed off movies from like yonder year, like Time After Time and shit, and H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. Completely forgot Hot Tub Time Machine. And what kind of dude am I? You've been staying up later. Yeah, I mean, I go through cycles. Sometimes it's like I'll pass out at like 8 o'clock at night and wake up 4 o'clock in the morning, be up all day. Other times it'll be just the opposite. It's like, it's 6 in the morning, sun's coming up. I'm just about to pass out. I'm kind of liking the way the gold looks. I said, I gotta hold it up against the body and take a look. Trying to get that on there like polished metal, so no brush strokes, nothing else. Yes, TMNT 3. Yep, the turtles went back to feudal Japan, if I remember correct. Yeah, there was a TMNT time travel movie. Yeah, you had that one. I'm trying to remember what the other ones were. You also had a video game, Turtles in Time, which pretty much everybody universally loved. The movie, not so much. The game, everybody loved that game. Like it was an arcade game. Then they did a version for Nintendo that was awful, and then they actually came out with the arcade game. If I remember correctly, I think that was the order of events. Might even been Super Nintendo. Yeah, the movie, everybody fucking hated the movie. The game, everybody, it was universally loved, if I remember right. Let's see how we're looking. Oof. Sorry about that. Had to focus on that little detail. So this is what it looks like in gold. So need a little bit more right there in the instep. Also got to be careful with this cuff around the shoe. With that natural shadow in there, which is rough. Which I'm pretty sure this part of the boot gets hidden anyway. But just the same. All right, let's just take a quick. Actually, I gotta go back and clean that up. Yeah, well, that's just it. Everything was different between, well, not everything, but a lot of the stuff that came out for some stuff was amazing on Nintendo and terrible on Genesis, and then some stuff was amazing on Genesis and terrible on Nintendo. Like Mortal Kombat, for example, the controller was better on Super Nintendo, but you're punching the sweat off people, right? Like and then Sega actually put in a blood code you could turn on. So you actually had like brutal fatalities. But then you had the Freezy Freaky fatality because they wouldn't allow the spine rip on Nintendo. You had it where you froze them, picked them up above your head, and broke them in half. I remember that. All right, let's see. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Do you think the gold is the way to go here? Or do you think I should go to yellows? I'm not sure how I feel about that gold. If I'm being quite honest, it reminds me a lot of Black Adam. Like when I do that. Let me see. Let's see what it looks like in the actual gold of in the context of the statue. In a way, the gold makes it stand out so it doesn't look like it's blending in with parallax in the lantern. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if I like that gold in there. That's a rough one. Let's see. Let's do this. Drop them in there. Yeah. I mean, the gold makes it stand out from the yellow lantern. Yeah, you think the gold? Because I mean, look, there you go. There's our character. Right there, he is being carried by parallax. But it looks like it may be gold because you have the yellow light reflecting right here on the gauntlet. Maybe the boots and the gauntlet. Like here you go. Even here, he's more of a yellow than a gold. There, he's 1,000. It looks like his gauntlets and his boots are metallic, and then that's just more for my parallax comparison. Gold looks good. I mean, I can do this real quick. You can tell real fast. It's not looking terrible. Way I kind of want this to be a more yellow gold. I mean, if I wanted to go old school Sinestro, I'd paint him blue, believe it or not. His original uniform was blue, but because I've got a parallax in here, definitely thinking that gold or yellow. Let's see. I think the whole top half of them, yeah, it is. All this is gold. All that glitters is gold. And all the little tiny muscles. What a pain in the ass. MK3, yeah, on Super Nintendo is pretty beast too. Like hindsight being what it is. Remember, we had Ultimate MK3. They actually put out a Mortal Kombat collection not long ago. People were pissed about it because it didn't have certain shit on there. And it came with like a digital art book or whatever. And the art book was done by AI. See, I don't know how I feel about that gold. Does kind of look good though. You guys still feeling this gold, or? I am getting it in there. Let's take a look. We look at gold looks brassy on the camera, but it's 100% not. Like, it's adding like greens in there. Can generate complete ROMs. They already have them out. You can already get them, allegedly. Like all the old games. Woot. So yeah, here is what the gold looks like. And then we got, granted, I still got to do the symbol, in which I can hit real quick as soon as I'm done hitting this gold layer in. I'll hit the symbol in real fast and take a look at it then. That's when I'll know if I have fucked up or not. It should have gone to yellow. Because that yellow, I'm definitely away from traditional outfit for him with the gold. But I've seen a lot of figures that they layer it in gold. So I don't know. Gotta get that damn wall-to-wall color in. Yellow makes it look too plastic and fake. I mean, I feel you there, but again, my only concern is I'm giving it more of a Black Adam look than a Sinestro look. That's my only concern about this. But at the same point in time, like I said, the gold is layering on there, and the way I'm spreading it out, I think it's coating nice. And actually, I'm able to get undershadow to the gold too. Like I have to be careful with the undershadow, as a matter of fact, so that when the light hits it a certain way, it shifts. But like I said, the big tell, the big should I keep it in gold? Should I go yellow? You know, what have you? I'm going to solve that in a second. So I'm going to pause on gold because I just ran out of paint on the palette. And we'll know in a couple seconds here if this was a good choice or a bad one. There's one part that is not negotiable. Good Lord. It's going to take like 3 coats of white. I at least want to get one on there so I can look at the gold with it. Definitely going to need to switch up brushes too. Go to a fresh one because this one's worn down. Definitely hard to keep the cylinder clean. I need a different brush. I'm going to start blowing this out all over the place if not. Let's see if I can't clean it real quick and get it realigned. Sorry, guys. I'm not talking because I'm just like trying to nail this perfect. Even though I got to hit it with another coat and another coat and another coat. All right. How are we looking now? I'm going to actually get the damn camera to focus. So, he's coming together. Layer this in while I still got the paint and the brush. But he's all quiet. Like, damn. Sorry, guys. These bristles real quick. What do you guys think? The gold on there? Gold and white. do this into a yellow and white. Torn on it. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I thank you. Appreciate that one. It's just, like I said, I'm real torn on it because the gold does look kind of fucking awesome. Like, the nerd in me screaming, the comic nerd, like, nah, you know it's yellow and all this. And then the other part of me is looking at this like, man, that gold looks good. Might be an actual, like, sleep on it kind of decision because it's a rough one. I might want to let it dry completely and then look at it, really scrutinize the shit out of this. 'Cause, tell you now, this emblem, pain in the ass. Trying to keep every line weight the same, keep it clean, precise. So easy to botch the hell out of this at this point. But I think it's I think that symbol is coming out. Do this so I get it to refocus. Symbol is coming out super fucking clean. All right, I'm gonna hold off right there. about making your butt go tight. See, like the other part of this. I almost feel like I should come down into the other one with this, the gold at that point. So it's like the better half of him. Nah, I guess that is right. That's correct. Let me do this. Granted, parallax is going to look funky again, but yeah. Parallax looks green again, but the gold on him looks right. Looks correct. Turn off the color correction. Think we are. I think we're looking pretty damn good right now. I actually think I am going to stay with the gold. The gold, it pops. Just looks good. I mean, his arms are going to go behind him. Now, here's one of the things that disturb me about this, though. Okay, so this eyebrow comes in from here. This eyebrow comes in from there. Mustache is here. His hair. Those eyes. Going to be interesting what I do with those eyes. He's going to be fun. In order to hit the yellow on the black, I'm going to have to paint white and then yellow on top. But just to give you an idea, there's enough yellow here for it. Actually, that's going to come up. Let me turn back on the gamma correction for the camera. So I will just go to the shoulder real quick. So this is what your yellow looks like. That's what the yellow is going to look like if I do yellow. Matter of fact, hold on. So I can just paint over it in gold. Or I can paint the gold over in yellow. Shouldn't make that much of a difference. I'll hit this arm real quick. It's definitely going to take a bunch of coats to get this where it looks nice. This should give you some idea. So yeah, there you go. That's, I mean, I don't want to go too heavy with the coating, but it's kind of what the yellow, if you can picture this color, will be across the chest and everything else. So this is your, this is what it will look like if I go yellow instead. Granted, it looks a bit patchy because it is. Layer it in a little more. So, I mean, compared to like Parallax, it's going to be a darker. I don't know. I mean, I'm torn. I'm seeing how when I layer this out, like I said, it's going to take a couple layers of this yellow to get it heavy enough where I'm not seeing patch through the yellow. Like I said, this is pretty much where I'm going to draw to the end on this on tonight anyway, because I wasn't going to go into the gold or the yellow just yet. But um, I think I'm going to sleep on it. If I'm being honest, because like the gold is much easier to paint. If I'm being realistic, like gold, I coated that like in no time. This yellow, I've already hit it with 3 to 4 coats, but it looks pretty fucking good. Like once the coating gets in there, it looks like Sinestro's actual fucking costume, like right off the cover of the comics. I don't know. I'm torn on it. Like I said, the comic book geek in me is like, oh yeah, you know, that is the way. But then the gold does not look bad either. And I know there's people that have painted his outfit in gold before. But at the same point in time, like the yellow just looks tough. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to sleep on it and think. Especially the more I'm getting in here with it, the more of what I like to call a candy shell, where it looks like it's not just saturated, but I'm actually matching brush stroke to model stroke. So how these muscles are up here, actually getting in there with the brush stroke and pulling with them and not against them. So it's not just some like slapping paint on something. I'm actually creating strokes that go the same way as the model's consistency. Like it just keeps looking better and better as I'm going. So this is a rough one. Like this one of those like shit. Maybe the yellow is the way to go. I'm just using up whatever yellow paint I have here. I don't want to go super saturated in case I do have to black this all back out. It's a good thing to stop. Check this real quick. Make sure it's not like, oh yeah, you're going to regret this. Like going gold with it. Like I said, the gold does look cool. It looks more like an armor. Then I have this whole other thing here, but I don't think his lines should go down to his gut. I don't know though. I don't know. What do you think? What are you guys thinking? Think it looks better with the yellow? Like I said, yellow I've really got a layer on there. Like it's rough. Or do you think it looks better with that gold? Because I think you're right about it. Kind of almost looks like plastic with the yellow on there. Right? It kind of looks more like a plastic model. The gold makes it look more like a superhero suit, I'd say. The only problem is it also it reminds me of Black Adam's super suit. So that's not a bonus because fuck back Black Adam. Actually, fuck the Rock playing Black Adam. Black Adam's actually a decent character. I don't know. It's yeah, I think I'm gonna sleep on this though. I mean, I can always. I hate doing this, but fuck it. This will help me decide. I mean, I'm right there with you, Melissa. I'm about done for the night myself. I'm just trying to get in a solid on this yellow. And the reason why is because I want it to look right. Just trying to decide on something that it's like, oh, that looks like patchwork shit. Isn't gonna help me. Getting the if I can get the application on there, nice, smooth, clean yellow, like how it is in the shoulder. It's definitely helpful. Like with Galactus, it's fucked up. I combined the MCU and the comic book for the color scheme. For Sinestro, I'm like, I'm so torn right now. Because I'm looking at that gold. The gold looks sharp. Yellow. The problem with the yellow is I gotta layer it on there. Otherwise, it's not thick and it doesn't look good. As soon as I get the yellow on this one pectoral up into the chest or whatever, or up into the trapezius, once I get that all layered up, that's when I'll call it. Because then I'll be able to actually look at both sides, be like, okay, do I like the yellow better or do I like the gold better? Because again, layering out the yellow, it's going to be a lot of work. Got to be careful too of brush strokes. Start to pull them in there and get those patchy splotchy, like back here. Oh, that's like patchy and splotchy. Pull out the brush stroke. Once it's like layered in there, it looks sharp as hell. But getting it layered in there is the problem. It's also trying to offset this yellow against other yellow. Not losing any of the definition in anything too. Dear Lord. Yeah, it's kind of brutal painting in this yellow. Yeah, that yellow, it looks good, but I don't know, it's still patchy. Damn it. Why do make color decisions. Should have just painted them blue. There's only one version of Sinestro in blue. Would have covered a lot faster and a lot easier. Last of the paint right here. So yeah, if I show you that half, it's pretty cool. Show you that half, it's also pretty cool. So I don't know. I'm so torn on it. Oh, you're fine. I'm shutting her down now. Thank you, Beans. Thank you for being awesome, hanging in there. Always tossing the coin to the Witcher. You always toss one. I appreciate it every time. Be honest with you, all them coins are still sitting in one pouch. Haven't even moved. They're sitting there. I'm saving them up for something special. But just the same, I know it's you showing appreciation, so I appreciate you for being here. Appreciate Melissa for painting with me. Thank you for hanging in there and painting. I'm happy as fuck right now with the way that Parallax has come out. And actually the lantern too. I didn't think I'd be happy with that lantern. I'm gonna be torn on if I'm gonna stay with this gold or go with this yellow. I like the way the yellow is. It's going to take me a lot longer to paint in yellow. It's going to be a much more difficult task, but it may be worth it in the long run. I haven't decided yet, though. So it's one of those. I mean, I'm just looking at it objectively. Like one is way more comic book, the other one is way more cinematic. Thank you very much, Melissa. I honestly, I really do appreciate that. I'm, like I said, I'm torn on this because I'm definitely as many coats as I've put into that yellow. I'm still gonna have to put in another coat or two as soon as this dries completely to make sure all brush strokes are out and I've got full coverage of. I really want it saturated in there if I'm going to stay with this yellow. The other part of it is his suit basically comes to here but they gave him this extra. So I mean, granted, I used the gunmetal black to doing this other piece, so it gives it a little bit more depth. So when it's up, it's crazy looking, but God, getting that shit in there. I mean, I really want to candy shell the hell out of this. I want it to be wall to wall saturated color. But I definitely, I just want to nail it out of the park because it's Sinestro. I don't want to fuck Sinestro up. And the more time I take and care into Sinestro, better he comes out. It's a build up for the next one because Galactus came out pretty damn good. You know, the one before that was it Darkseid? Darkseid came out pretty good. I get Sinestro out pretty good, and then the one after him, and then I'm gonna really start challenging myself a little bit because we're still the Parallax getting the color scheme right on him was a bitch, making it feel right. I can't even say look right; it's feel right, but he feels right now. Kind of pissed off at Loctite. Their super glue is kind of ass. Just saying, Gorilla Glue, you can suck it because Gorilla Glue was terrible. Actually, this company right here, if you need super glue, what is this? Duro Super Glue. Never even heard of them. These guys, their super glue is so good that I couldn't even get it back open, which is a shame because I still had the one full tube. Looks like some generic ass super glue. That stuff was fantastic. It was the best stuff I've used so far to seal these models. But yeah, guys, I think I'm going to call it there. I appreciate everybody coming in, smashing like, watching, hanging out, chipping in on the whole time travel movies, everything else. I appreciate everybody spending their time and hanging in there with me. I know it's a cold night. Everybody's got it rough out there. Everybody hang in there. Hang in there, hang tough. Always be creative, guys. Just keep it coming. So let's stop the destruction. Let's start the creation. Let's get this shit rocking. And thank you all so much. I do appreciate each and every last one of you. And I will be back on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Not sure if Smurf's going to be there. If not, I'll be gaming something. If Smurf's back, then we'll probably end up playing that Moria game. If he's not, well, then I'll just play something else. I mean, it's not like I don't have 5,000 games or something to play or can't just download a new one. But regardless of that, Thursday and Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, I'll be continuing on with Sinestro and either hopefully finishing them up. If not, I may even take an extra stream just to make sure I got good wall-to-wall color coverage and he's looking great. But regardless of all this, thank you guys. Everybody hang in there. Have a great week. Stay warm, stay safe, stay creative. And last but not least, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.